Один, два, три. Нормально? Ага, ну все. Один, два, три. 121, 122. Один, два, три.
Друзья, коротенькое объявление, успокаивайтесь, сейчас начинаем. Кто-то, если находил гарнитуру Sony наушники, принесите сюда в президиум, если вдруг кто-то видел. Спасибо. И доброго утра всем.
If anybody has seen a Sony headset, please deliver it to the Presidium. Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear friends, good morning. We are starting our program of the 31st of July. Tomorrow, the Russian Federation, starting from tomorrow, the Russian Federation bans import of fruits and vegetables from Poland. And this is a symmetrical response of Rospotrebnadzor on the unbecoming actions of the Polish party. Let me start with the agenda of today, and she will tell us a couple of remarks. She will. Good morning. First of all, I would like to introduce you to two remarkable experts of this school who will host a most important lecture on the so-called latent, in the expression of Mr. Zakharov, latent federative structures in this country. Andrei Zakharov is one of the most celebrated experts on federalism in Russia, and I would also like to introduce you to another participant of this discussion, Miguel Bertrand de Felipe, who has been present at his presentation in Segovia where we held a seminar. I'm not an expert in the administrative law, and I'm not a jurist, but I was very much impressed by Miguel's presentation about Spain's progress after Franco. It was an almost destitute country after years of harsh dictatorship. It was almost destitute politically and economically, but the Spaniards were able to step over their own emotions, and they were able to sign this celebrated Moncloa Pact, which led all political, religious, and anti-dictatorship forces to reconciliation, including some of the civil servants from the Franco government, whereupon they sat at the table of negotiations, and they set to negotiate, which began the process of the democratic transit of Spain. What happened to us? in the perestroika years, and this might have been the only possible scenario, we did not use any of the tools and the instruments that we were given, and we did not understand what could we do with the freedom, something that the Spaniards did. And this is my impression from his presentation. Usually, amazingly, these presentations of administrative law in Spain sounded to me almost as poetry, and what they really did is they transposed the freedoms into the municipal and regional life. They emphasized and created the regional life in Spain, which of course is quite difficult and mosaic, but they were able to emphasize and to put the emphasis on the regional and municipal formations, whereby the Spanish regions and municipalities have the right to have direct relations with Brussels, Madrid, or even Moscow. This is the kind of freedom that the Spanish regions have, and they may even suffer to a degree from this wide autonomy, and they may even be reviewing some of these concepts, but for many years they were practically realizing the freedom that they inherited. We shall not be talking about this experience as a lesson that we need to take, but we will try to see how a nation may efficiently use the freedoms that this nation has inherited. I would also like to introduce you to our great friend and a great linguist and interpreter, Alexander Kazachkov. This is one of our great Russian-Spanish experts, and does it, and he can be there for 2 hours in the interpreter's cabin. Thank you, Sasha. Dear friends, colleagues, hereby we start our discussions, and we agreed in such a way that I will start with my presentation, which will take me about 40 minutes by the number of slides that I have. What is the sense of this, the meaning of this presentation? When our motherland started to inspire the Ukraine with the ideas of federalism, I thought that many of our citizens may not be particularly aware of what we're talking about, because we live in a federative state which hardly practices federalist attitudes, moods, or indeed a legal framework, at the same time trying to instill the notion of federalism into others. So I thought that we might have an introduction to the topic and tell you these words: federation, federalism, federative nature, in the constitution of the Russian Federation. So this will be an introduction to the topic. In my view, this is the most important characteristic of Russia as a federation. It's a federation without federalism. And to elucidate this thought, I'm showing this painting by Magritte, which says "Ce n'est pas un pipe," whereby this is not a pipe, as this is not a smoking pipe. So indeed, this is exactly the kind of surrealist state where we live, which is a federation, but not a federation in reality. As a political scientist, I'm thinking about this more and more, and the picture that comes up to me is that we're not alone. In the world, there is a considerable group of countries which call themselves federative states, but are not federations. And in such countries, people hardly know how to act in the federative way. Usually these are countries of the so-called global periphery, so we can move forward. The federalism can be used in a proper way or an improper way. It can be used for the wrong purposes. But what follows from this fact? This doesn't mean in itself that this is a senseless thing, because if you do not use federalism to devolve power, that does not mean that you cannot turn federalism to your use. And we are aware of cases when the federalism was used for wrong purposes. I shall try to give you several examples. One of the examples which I think will enthuse Maria, the example from the Spanish modern history. One can promise federalism, but then pull the promise back. At one point, the Chinese rulers were advocating federalism, but then departed from it. Mao Zedong did exactly that. He promised federalism to the national minorities once the communists won, and when the communists did win, they never remembered of the ideas of federalism. The national minorities were hardly given anything, and Maria will object to me talking about the autonomous regions in China, but this is not quite the same. Let me give another example. In 1945, when Germany was under rebuilding, the federative composition of Germany was interestingly advanced by the French. The French, a nation which had never had any federative kind of arrangement, and the French thought that a federative Republic of Germany would be a weak Germany, and that the best thing is to make Germany a weak federative state that would never have perpetrated the World War again. And indeed, this was viewed as a taming of Germany. Mr. Saakashvili thought in the same way. Under Mr. Saakashvili, the different projects of federalization of Georgia were criticized because they weaken the Georgian state. They would make the Georgian state extremely vulnerable, and either the Turks or the Russians were imposing these kinds of things on Georgia. So federalism is viewed by many as a synonym of weakness. This amazing gentleman is Ivan Ilyin, the Russian philosopher who died in 1954. Many are read, he's widely read, and federalism, in his view, was the illness of chaos. Federalism is in no way the kind of arrangement for Russia. And Georgy Fedotov, who had an inclination to the left and was a social democrat, Mr. Ilyin was a conservative and almost a hawkish philosopher. This quotation from philosopher Ilyin testifies to his unwillingness to accept a federative arrangement for Russia as a model for development. This quotation is quite illustrative because philosopher Ilyin believed that for Russia, and diversity of Russia was not put under doubt, he believed that the only way for this diverse country is the imperial government. And he criticized federalism. If you take his collection of works, you will see that he is always criticizing the federative idea, and he is criticizing the horrors of Latin American federalism. Look at the horrors in Latin America. And now let us look at the horrors in Latin America. This is what he called the inefficient and servile imitation of Europe. What did he criticize them for? First of all, he said that the Latin Americans used copy-paste as a method of state building. They took the US Constitution, they changed some words, and used it as the only instrument which it did not have any particular foundations. So then, when we're looking at federalism in Latin America, and by the way, there are 4 major federations: Brazil, Venezuela, Argentina, and Mexico. 4 great federative states. So we see yet another interesting case. In Latin America, the federative idea is in a paradoxical way combined with dictatorship. It is not infrequent that the dictators did not abolish the so-called federative arrangement when they came to power, which in a way speaks to the benefit of federalism as a way of authoritarian instrument. At the same time, most of these were believed to be low-level federations, where the subjects of the federation played a very insignificant role. But the tendency can be seen as such. For instance, the Mexican Constitution implies that the federal bodies may devolve the regional bodies, and the regional bodies cannot do anything about this. And the constitution of mid-20th century in Mexico allowed for such abuse of power on the part of the federal authorities. Thus, there was no relation between federalism and democracy, and this is what philosopher Ilyin spoke about also. Why do we need federalism if we don't have democracy? But if you look at this more closely, you'll see that there is some sense in this arrangement. I have several cases. Let me take the case of Brazil. Brazil is a federation starting from the end of the 19th century, and for 40 years, Brazil's one of the largest states, São Paulo, tripled its population and increased its GDP almost threefold. Brazil was a federation which allowed the Constitution of 1891 to levy fees from imported goods, and the state of São Paulo, being a very sensible isolationist, if I may use the word in the framework of federation, made a very unitary federation. It would really be very difficult to imagine Brazil as a unitary state, and so in this sense the federative arrangement did contribute to the development of the regions, and of course Brazil as a huge country had a temptation to build a unitary so-called vertical of power, of authority, and one of these attempts in the 20th century led to the so-called new state of Leo Vargas, a kind of dictatorship. And indeed, this is what we saw in many of these areas, such as the replacement of the governors. It ended up with that in 2 years, the state of São Paulo was trying to and the regions tried to persuade the federal center, and in 1932 São Paulo was engulfed by the civil unrest, and the militia of São Paulo withstood the pressure of the federal army. In 1934, a new constitution. The rebels had been defeated, but the government was not able to build up this vertical power in the way that they had wanted. So the federative arrangement was retained, and the upper chamber of the parliament also stayed intact. For the Latin American scenarios, I have taken some of the paintings of Fernando Botero. And I think they're quite illustrative. I think that if you live in Khanty-Mansiysk, you may uphold the federation, but the Latin American experience shows us differently. The weak are interested in the federation as much as the strong regional subjects, because we're talking about the unequal representation of the regions. From this standpoint, it is interesting to consider the case of Argentina, where such inequality is very conspicuous. The Argentinian Constitution of 1856, which was made after the US models, presupposed the equality of the proportionality of the number of MPs with the population of the particular subject of the federation. But then Perón violated this principle, and each province of Argentina was only to get 2 MP seats. It was then went up to 3 seats, and then the leaving Argentinian junta granted 5 seats to all weak subjects of the federation. This is what resulted. For 4 donor provinces, which account for 78% of the industrial economy and population of Argentina, have only half of the MP seats, whereas the rest are presented by the so-called weak or acceptor regions, which makes that the weak subjects of the federation become an extremely strong political force, thereby creating a system of checks of balances and precluding the executive from making abrupt or harsh decisions, and this indeed holds the federation together. Philosopher Ilyin, in my view, was wrong in criticizing the Latin America from the positions that he did. Indeed, the creation of a federative system is always painful. However, it is the political framework of a federation which allow for nurturing the so-called economically beneficial and the economically prosperous regions, which then provide for the overall development of the nation. And in countries where the economic disbalance is particularly vivid, such federation allows to cope and to come to terms with such hardships. They bring cohesion to the heterogeneous societies. And this allows me to come to Russia. I will try to speak more slowly. This allows me to come to Russia, and while Latin America is more or less ethnically homogeneous society, so whereas Russia is a multi-ethnic society. It is true, and for this very reason, the federation is especially valuable for Russia. because the federalism is a kind of self-determination, and it is especially favored by the small ethnic groups because it makes them it empowers them. It provides the empowerment to the weaker groups, which is what I spoke about with respect to the Latin America. And this also leads to devolution of power. The diversity of societies is especially important. Federalism, in my view, is a pillar for those political systems which are aimed at political systems. In the same way, federalism is closely related to democracy. Here, however, we encounter a problem related to two concepts of democracy. Let me start by saying that after World War II, we saw a shift in the understanding of democracy. Before the war, the vox populi, or the voice of the people, and the traditions of the French Revolution were prevalent in the treatment of any democracy. We might remember this from the works of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and how he considered these relations between an individual and the political will. And I could also quote other political authors. When the metropolitan powers abandoned the colonies, they usually left behind well-thought political systems and arrangements which had been developed in London, Paris, and elsewhere. However, the dogmatic following of such principles led to the undermining and, in some cases, the destruction of democracies, because democratic arrangement would defeat the purpose of versatility and diversity, and not all problems of diverse societies may be based and resolved on the basis of majority. Let us imagine a situation when a country has the minority will always lose, and the democracy would work, and those who are in minority shall always be the losers, which indeed led to a situation that in the 1960s there was a wave of military coups whereby the frustrated minorities tried to change the state of affairs to their benefit. The consequence of such a situation was the so-called democracy of the minorities, where the respect for the minorities are indeed put to the fore, which indeed gave a new impulse, a new stimulus to the federative principles. In other words, the concept of one person, one vote was amended, and federalism started to be viewed as a way to overcome the minority complex, so that the minor groups are viewed as something more influential, more powerful than they really are, which allows these minority groups to come to terms to their little status. As you can see, this was indeed one of the reasons for the principles of federalism proclaimed for the Soviet Union and later for Russia, which is a good way to stabilize the political situation. Here, however, we see a different problem.
We talk about this problem a lot on a constant basis. True, the ethnic federalism is a risky enterprise because ethnic group living on the same territory under federalism, and the federalism does two things. It prevents the danger of secession and makes it more possible, because elements of state, of own state, are there for ethnic groups. its compromise of this federalism is the brief solution of problems. The demands of these minorities may be escalated when we protect ethnic subjects of the federation. We may skip the development of nationalist regimes, and the ethnic federation is hard to be reformed. And this is so, and you pay special attention to this particular moment. My statistics show the following picture. Out of 18 federations of the type which existed during the 20th century and even the beginning of this century, 8 were disrupted, and among them Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, 5 of them were centralized, like Pakistan and Russia. One federation is managed by the UN, is Bosnia and Herzegovina, and only 4 combine ethnic federalism with democracy. The list is here: Belgium, India, Canada, and Spain. I included Spain in this list, and I take risks, because actually officially Spain is not considered to be a federation. But Spain is always... Spain has always been mentioned in this list. Actually, we deal here with the federalism. It is not fixed in the constitution due to certain serious historic reasons related to the specificity of Spanish history and bad memory left by federalism. But federalist ways of political life are definitely present. A few words about 2 cases related to national federation territories to show that our Russian situation is not hopeless. We are national territorial federation, but it's not a catastrophe like Vladimir Zhirinovsky says. Canadian Federation originated in 1867. And it has certain specificities. There are 2 groups. English-speaking majority, and the group represents victors, and another group which was defeated during the colonial war, that's French-speaking group. And this imprints all the life of this state. And this state constantly finds out relationships between these 2 communities. French-speaking Quebec is always considered as a destabilizing element, and Quebec sometimes misbehaves, and imperial British authorities do not like it, and English-speaking majority of Canada doesn't like it too. When the World War I started, there were anti-military movements in Quebec. These people didn't want to go and fight for British Empire to Europe. They said that we have nothing to do with these people from Great Britain. Why should we do it? And there is a reputation in Quebec. They are always against. In the 60s, there was a quiet revolution in Quebec. Quebec political activists named themselves White Negroes of America. They said that together with Negro population, they are oppressed, and that's awful. Quebec separatists started talking about secession, and they were saying that they want to develop their own political existence. English-speaking Canada started developing its own response, and there was something naturally that Canada should secede from Quebec. How long should we tolerate some unsatisfied province asking for a special society, of distant society? how much, for how long should they be our headache? Let them secede. There were precedents in the world. Singapore is a piece of former Malaysian Federation. In the 60s, the Malaysian Federation took a decision to throw away this piece and to cut it away. But in October 95 in Quebec there was a referendum with participation of 4.5 million voters. The issue was whether Quebec should secede from Canada. Canada was saved by 50,000 votes then, and there was a certain problem, because if there are 4.5 million voters, what is 50,000? This map shows the territory of Quebec. This is not 15% of territory and 25% of the population. If Quebec secedes, the future of Canada is at stake. When you model the situation with secession and departure of Quebec, all these scripts are followed by the disintegration of Canada. But National Territorial Federation is not a final punishment. Quebec wanted constitutionally to be called a special or separate society, a distant society. Quebecs are Canadians, but different. That's what they wanted. They are minority, and as minority, they need certain special rights. Canada resisted to this because 9/10 of the country thought that Canada was the union of equal provinces, and Quebec said, no, this is the union of two linguistic and cultural groups, French and English-speaking groups, and there can't be any equality. There is a group of minority and a group of majority, and minority needs the right to be respected. The referendum made people reconsider former assessments, and this is a conflict of two versions of the federation. Now, Canadians do not think that Quebec requires a status of special territory, and Quebec received special competences, and the country remained the same. It grew even stronger. So sometimes you have to pay for the strength of the federation by its asymmetry. It's not awful. Here we have two quotations by political leaders. Prime Minister of Canada and a federalist, Pierre-Léo Trudeau, and the second is leader of Quebec separatists. You see that there are these points of view are not exactly opposite. Another interesting case, the federation, which is a National Territorial Federation. We don't know much about it, but it's interesting. This is Nigeria. Nigeria was built by Great Britain. They built a Nigerian federation in time of colonial. In the colonial time, then the country was left with federal constitution, and Nigeria is a pretty different society. There are 400 ethnic and linguistic groups, a great number of languages, but in this diversity there are core groups, 3 large ethnic groups, and they cover 65% of the population. In England, to somehow save these groups from competition, each one of these groups should have its own status inside the federation. So it was the union of 3 states with a federal capital. But in the 60s, the northern Muslims used a federative idea to start war fighting for the federal center. Then they used their majority, and the federal center was controlled by them, together with its money, and other subjects were upset. As a result, there were sad events. There is a rule of the federation: no subject may overwhelm the others, but that's what happens in Nigeria, and Nigerian authorities tried to do something. The first idea was to make more states so that they do not fight against each other. There should be other groups as subjects of the federation. And they started doing it, but it was too late, because civil war started in the country, and it was bloody war. One of the ethnic groups formed Biafra state and wanted to secede from the Nigerian Federation. 1.5 million people were killed. It was in the 70 of the last century. This map shows the territory that wanted to secede. Biafra is at the bottom. So each group was to get its own state. So the states were multiplied. In the 60s there were 3, in 67 there were 12, in 76 there were 19, in 89 21, then 30, and then 36. This is an absurd method, because you have 400 groups, and you can't imagine 400 subjects of the federation. But this paradigm, this method, brought about positive results. In the long run, no one lost sovereignty. It was just added to someone. Authorities administratively started to divide one ethnic group into several subjects of the federation. So one ethnicity had more than one state and more than one republic, but two or three. As a result, political identity was given to several subjects. And when there are so many groups, it is a mix-up, and the more groups, the more ethnic elements. So the large ones cannot usurp the power, and political competition disappears and turns into administrative competition. When you fight for federal money, following more civilized idea than ethnic loyalty. In the long run, Nigerian case is not such a bad thing. Donald Gorovitz wrote a book, Ethnic Groups in Conflict, somewhere in the 80s. And he said components of Nigerian Federation are formed on the basis of historic tradition, and not because of somebody's ethnicity and confession. This mix is to guarantee that in case of confessional conflicts, local authorities would be able to settle the problem down without any escalation of the problem. So national territorial federations, this is still a possibility. This is not something final, and nobody is doomed. There are legal frames, and these frames do not work the way they should. So you have to be prepared to the following situation. If legal norm is not, has not died, if it was frozen, then it will wake up. How it will wake up, this is a guess. You have to think about it. Norms wake up in a different way. This is the right of free departure from the Soviet Union. The norms wake up and showed their unusual sides. What will happen when Russian federalism wakes up? Well, let us consider Brazil. A military regime in that country in the 60s to 85 did not annihilate a federal constitution. It left it. And in Brazil, governors were elected by local parliaments. They were elected figures. Political competition was limited, and there were different parties which competed with each other. And one of them was United Brazil, another was Just Brazil, but political competition was quite limited, but it was there. And when a military regime at the top fell through, it turned out that local political bosses, local governors, proved to be the most legitimate political actors in all the country. It was difficult for the center initially because they tore the federation apart. That was the waking up of the Brazilian federalism, and you needed time to limit this waking up somehow. What will happen in case of Russia when Russian federalism wakes up? We should not expect anything good, because we do not have normal political parties which support the federation. We don't have civil society, we don't have independent court, we don't have free mass media, we don't have political competition. So there will be a bargain which would question the existence of the federation. If something like this happens, the federation is doomed. It would not stand, and this is very dangerous. Political conclusions. Maybe we should bury federalism while it is not too late, or we have to start to improve it. But there is no such dilemma, because ethnic federalism is not, for good reasons, in our country. To retain unity of the country in any other way is not possible, because 20% of ethnic minorities in Russia leave no other form of political organization to hold the federation. So it's not whether federalism is good or bad, but we have to think whether it has any alternative. But there is no alternative, because the federation is not paradise, and election of the federative organization for a country like Russia, it is inevitable choice, because federalism is not to turn the life into a paradise. It should not turn our life into inferno. So when we restructure Bosnia and Herzegovina, the international community imposes federative recipes, thinking that this is the only way to somehow pacify the communities and stabilize the situation. The same is true about Russia. I am nearing completion. So we come up to the paradoxical situation with the Russian federalism. And this is the town which is on top of the mountains, and Russian federalism is also of dubious nature. It's very difficult, and you can't say no to it. Authoritarian regime does not foster federation approaches, and ours is the authoritarian society. But our federalism does survive, because such regimes use federation regimes as an instrument of territorial expansion. And this is the explanation of this paradox. William Riker in the 60s, an American researcher of federalism, said that when colonial period was over, the federalism turns into the only way of peacefully acquire new territories. If you want to make your country larger, you should be a federation, because federation is an open union. Theoretically, anybody can join. And this is an important factor why it is still there in Russia. And when we think why we do not turn into unitary democratic republic, this is the reason. If you want to reintegrate the post-Soviet space, of course, the federation is the natural way. We have a constitutional law on appearance of new subjects of the federation. This law provides for the procedure of territorial changes, of territorial enlargement. This law was used for the first time in 2008, when there was a war with Georgia, and someone said that probably we'll use this law to acquire certain territories. This didn't happen, but we saw how this norm functioned, and it was quite recently. Federalism is not used the way it should be used to improve situation with the minorities, but we use it in an expansionist way. So we use it for expansion. In the post-Soviet countries, the situation is more or less the same. Federalism is not demanded even where the use of it will be obvious, like in Georgia. Unfortunately, in this country, federal recipes were not used, and now it's too late, and they lost some of their territories. The same is true about Moldova, Ukraine. So the question is why post-Soviet elites did not use federalism. Bruno Kapiters from Holland gives the answer. He studied the Southern Caucasus and said that federal recipes might pacify the tension in the Caucasus, but they are not used. And he said that for all weak countries in the region, the principle of indivisibility of the sovereignty is the last straw, just to survive. So this is the privatization of sovereignty and an inability to present the idea of divisibility of the sovereignty. Well, the Soviet constitutional right was always saying that sovereignty is indivisible, and since it is indivisible, minorities cannot get any sovereignty. And when they start saying that they want something else, they are to be put in their place. And that's what happened in the 90s in many post-Soviet republics with different degree of success. So to live in the federation, what does it mean? You have several avenues of authority. You redistribute or you spread the power and limit it in this way. You harmonize political system, giving to the minorities the right to vote. Improve the dialogue and compromise, or encourage the dialogue and compromise. Initiative in the different components of the country. So, do we live in the federation now? Not exactly. This is a positive conclusion. For such a country, it's better to be a bad federation than good unitary empire. Our federalism is still sleeping. It is not dead. It is sleeping. With time, it will be on demand, and it will be used to improve or renew the Russian society. And the future is good because it offers you different alternatives. And it will be there. I mean, the future will be there, and that's why we should be glad, and you think about it when you are in the state of pessimism. When you find out that we wouldn't get any cucumber or apples from Poland. And these are the painters who helped me to illustrate my points. Colleagues, that's the end of my presentation, and now I pass the microphone to our Spanish colleague, and then we'll have our discussion. The session is enlarged, it's 2 hours, because we have 2 specialists, so I think we will manage. It's a Spanish language now. Okay, it's a technical pause. Evidently, English-speaking audience didn't expect the Spanish presenter. Small advertisement. Everything I just said is described in this book of mine, which was published in 2012. If you are interested with these ideas, come to me, and I will tell you something about this book. It is called The Sleeping Institution, the Federalism in the Modern Russia. Experience of Asia, Africa, and Latin America is accumulated here. And comparative federalism is something that Russia really needs, and we should not compare ourselves with Russia and Germany because we are different. Our group is Young Federation of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Over there we get more for our brains and for enrichment of our view. That seems to be it. I am pleased to pass the floor to our Spanish expert.
Exchange of views during the break, and our distinguished professor says that we will find the two presentations complementary. Now we will see how it works. Добрый день. Oh, good day to everybody. And I would like to open this presentation, first of all, for inviting me to travel here on a tourist visa. The seminar seems to be very interesting, and I think that this is just great that many people have traveled to attend this seminar from all around Russia. So many young people who have traveled to in Spain. It would have been impossible to hold a seminar like this because there would be no money found, and certainly you would not see such an excellent team that would like to travel and attend the seminar, these excellent lectures. So Lena left, but Yuri Senakosov is here, and I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank the school on holding a seminar like this. I shall try to tell you right now, as Dr. Zakharov put it, and this we saw certain unintended combination between our two presentations. What he gave us was geographic and historical perspective of federalism across the world, as he focused certainly on what is going on in Russia, and I shall try to, in my presentation, to give an answer to a question that was asked in the topic of our agenda. What does it mean? What should it mean, this living in a federation? I shall not, in my presentation, touch upon issues of what is going on in my country, in Spain. Lena has already said some things about it. I will not speak about the European Union, about this queer model that is getting more and more a federation of countries who in their turn already are federations. If you will, we can leave it for discussion for the Q&A session, all the things that pertain to Spain or, say, the EU. So, let's start. In reply to the question, what does it mean to live in a federation? To answer this question, it's not simple. You will ask me why. What is so difficult? Where is the difficulty? Where does it lie? At first sight, this question seems to be so sophisticated because the federation is something like a set of certain characteristics. So life within a federation is a certain set of constitutional, legal, and social aspects where the federation lives. But in 2.5 centuries of living within the federation, we still do not know quite exactly what is it. Indeed, what is federalism about? What does it include and what it doesn't preclude? As Dr. Zakharov put it, there are federations who nominally are federations but are not such in point of fact. Or countries like Spain, where nominally federalism is not announced. We don't have this label of a federative country, but in point of fact we have a federation. Whatever, I will build my presentation along two lines. First, I shall discuss with you certain answers to questions from the political perspective. I'll try to tackle it from the perspective of sociological, and then I'll share with you certain features of the constitutional features of diverse federation models that exist nowadays in Europe. Sorry. We're speaking about federations which, as Dr. Zakharov told me, are not a model for Russia, but we're nevertheless a model, very much so, for the European construction. The first thing we need to take into consideration is therefore my first answer to the question as to what does it mean to live under a federation and under federalism. The answer would be to live within a federation nowadays. It means to live in conditions where 40% of the population of the world live in. That is, those who live within states who are considered to be federations. The biggest democracies of the world with the largest population are federations. I'm here referring to the United States, to Canada, to South Africa, India, Brazil, and Russia. If we consider Russia, if we still consider Russia a federation, because formally at least you are named the Russian Federation. This is the country's name. So, as Dr. Zakharov put it quite rightly, a large number of countries in the 20th century had become federations to overcome problems of colonialism and so on. So, the first point I wish to raise is that federalism is a successful, victorious model which was introduced after 1787, when it was established in the United States. Thus, federalism is a form of state rule where we have two kinds of rule. First, across the country, federal level for the federation, and secondly, for those parts of the country that are named like states or regions, whatever name you use, provinces, land, as in Germany. In this way, a federative state in this way is distinct from unitary state, where there's only one level of governance. Each level of governance at the federation level and at the regional level, or be they states, or be they republics, be they provinces, whatever name you use, have their own powers, their own power, which they exercise on their own, independently of other members of the federation. And for this political autonomy, the regions have political government, legislative government, and therefore when we speak about legislative government, about the functions, the duties of this government, for this purpose certainly we need a democratic system, because non-democratic regimes, as a rule, cannot afford a true and genuine autonomy for the regions. Dr. Zakharov was quite right in pointing out that such cases as Brazil and Argentina, given their military dictatorships, they indeed continued to use federative model without allowing parts of their federation to become federative model. For example, in Argentina, they had central government, military government, that used regions as political instruments to control their territories. And the military dictatorship in Argentina looked, under this military dictatorship, the federation looked like a fiction. So the second answer to the question about the life within a federation, it means that there are other levels of governance. As a rule, they are democratic, and in this way it means that you should show tolerance, you should show respect of the rights of those who think in a way that is different from what you think, and of those who use the rights to be different and unlike you, and those who choose their own representatives within the regions. Under federal systems, none of the government bodies enjoys the full truth, and there are other probably ethnicities or nations, like say in the last federative models, for example, like in Bolivia and South America, where the state Bolivia, which is now named a multinational state under its constitution, and it has its own ethnicities that require also that they should enjoy the status of the nation. As Dr. Zakharov put it quite rightly, the development of federalism used different models and different options. This way, many authors in legal and political science who are saying that federalism nowadays, it's not some kind of set model, a certain model. It is rather some political, philosophical idea or a set of certain characteristics, but we don't have any preset model or template for federative state. Thus, in order to describe the states, this model does not work very well. This is, in a way, some kind of a label which we attach to very, very diverse states that are unlike one another, for example, such as Russia, who during a long time, during Soviet rule, was a union of republics at first sight, but it did not have either democracy or federal nature. Nowadays, the Russian Federation enjoys the federation model, but it is not the federation. But otherwise, there are non-federative countries that do not bear this label of being a federation, but in point of fact, they are very much like Spain. They are in reality a federation. And it is quite just Marguerite's picture where it is not really a pipe, where you think it is not a pipe, but it turns out to be a pipe. So this sort of thing can happen. And profound decentralization in a political sense, which is coming close in many ways to federalism. For example, the United Kingdom, that is UK, Great Britain, which from the time of devolution has delegated legislative powers to Scotland and Wales. And Northern Ireland, for historical reasons, had these power at that time. Nowadays, Great Britain is not formally a federation, but in point of fact, at least in the case of Scotland, it does have the same power and the same functions like any other state within a federation, like say Bavaria in Germany or any province in Canada. Besides, federalism doesn't say anything to us about other characteristics of the states. We will not know anything about federalism if we speak about presidential or parliamentary model of government. And we do not know whether a federation is a republic or a monarchy. For that matter, there are very few federative monarchies, if you'll notice. As a rule, they are usually republics, with the exception of Belgium, where a federation is monarchic. Federalism doesn't say anything to us about the main fundamental rules. It doesn't say anything about whether there is any uniform level of regulation of the system of basic human rights or fundamental human rights. So quite the opposite. Maybe there are two levels of protection of human rights. One level, say, would be seen at the level of each region or a republic or a province, whatever you name it, like in the United States, where the Constitution of, say, the state of Massachusetts has enshrined its own rights. Plus, on top of that, there are rights at a federal level that are recognized. Therefore, they have the dual system of human rights endorsement. Third answer to the question, a life in a federation can be, well, it could be hard to answer this question because we should seek to understand what does it mean federation in this case. It's important, therefore, to, and you can get an idea on your own, that the main thing is not about a label, about the name, but a reality of distribution of political government? Are there checks and balances? Are they in place for the central government? The experts and political scientists, as Dr. Zakharov put it, have developed their own indicators of different scales, different kinds of federalism, and it is thought that it helps to find out whether the country is a federation or not, although the country may have the word federation in its name or may not at all in each individual case. So many of federations, in point of fact, have only several indicators or signs of federalism. For this reason, we can make up a certain scale, a certain map of federalism, and some countries shall have more features of federalism compared to others. A reality where federalism helps little to identify the position of the situation. This is what made political scientists to abandoning the constitutional theory, political theory of federalism. They even forgot the name federalism. Instead, they replaced it with in the last 20, 15 and 20 years, they would replace this with the so-called multi-level governance or manageability. Multi-level governance, this is what it sounds in English. In order to speak not about a certain type of state, in the case of federalism, but about a certain reality where many decisions are taken at two or more levels of governance. Two levels of governance at the federal level, so at the federation levels, for example, Bavaria as a land, and the Federative Republic of Germany, or the state of Ontario, say, in Canada, or Punjab and the Indian Federation, or even at three levels of governance, as the case is in Europe, where, for example, Bavaria as a land, Federative Republic of Germany, and the EU. Three instances, three levels of governance that have their own power, which has to do with regulation of the same, say, issues for fundamental human rights, security, safety, trade regulation, and you name it. No doubt, as it was quite justly pointed out, federalism, or the distribution of political government at the territorial level, stands as an obstacle to take collective decisions. But indeed, it can weaken. It is quite the right word to use by Dr. Zakharov. It can really weaken the state because they distribute government among different centers, in terms of territories, I mean, whereas there is a certain level of political decisions, and this is where decisions are more efficient. Say, like in the United States, 51 centers of decision-making, 51 states, or say in Germany, there are 17, that means 16 lands, and the federal level. The level of Federative Republic. Certainly in terms of efficacy, there you can see some failures where things would not work, some things where we will see overlap of functions or poor efficiency, but in terms of trend, the federation model may be less effective than a centralized model, but we should not fear it and think that it's something inconvenient, because fundamental rights are an obstacle for government. When the Constitution guarantees certain rights to people who were, say, detained by the police, the right not to witness against oneself, not to this what we call innocent until proven guilty, or benefit of the doubt. All this certainly makes the work of the police less efficient, makes it more difficult And this is actually for the better, because the fundamental rights imply a certain obstacle or brick for the government, and federalism also implies a certain obstacle for the central government in return for, as democracy implies, participation of the autonomy and its self-rule. Answer number 4, therefore, to the question about what does it mean to live in a federation. Well, certainly to live in a federation, it could be more difficult and less efficient to live within a federation than life in a unitary state. Why? Because processes of decision-making imply a certainly greater number of actors and certainly a greater number of centers of power, which processes can lead to certain points where we require consensus, where we need agreement and consensus between territorial bodies of government. And during our history, Dr. Sakharov reminded us about these passages when we see that the consolidation of federalism in those countries that were mentioned, it was not an easy matter, and it led to, amongst other things, military conflicts. Military conflicts in the United States, which we call the Civil War of 1861-1865, where with the assassination of the president, hundreds of thousands of casualties. In Spain, in my own country, where we had 2 historical points when transition from federative republic through central monarchy in 1860. In 1870, the republic, it lasted only 9 months, and it led to military putsch. And 1936, as we know, Spain saw the Civil War, which as you well know, which ended and led to the end of the Republican federal model. In this way, institutions sometimes crashed. For example, in Belgium, a federative monarchy that has 3 centers of government that were based upon different languages that are spoken by the country. The north would be Flemish, in the south Wallonia speaks French, and in between them is Brussels that speaks both French, Dutch and any other language, any other European language. This is the center of the EU, and these 3 components could not come to terms about how to set up the government during several months, if not years. They didn't have any government at all. They didn't have anybody to rule them. Therefore, through political parties, finally, they came up with a government. In unitary countries, this certainly never happens. Therefore, a federation certainly implies certain inconveniences. Answer number 5 to the question. In our talk, federalism implies political autonomy in decision-making by the regions and as we develop our own state policy. This may mean that a certain level of inequality, territorial inequality, a certain region may choose, say, to carry out its own housing policy, whereas another region within the federation may prefer to work with, say, transport and culture policy, and so on and so forth. This raises an important problem of which degree of inequality may be something that the federation system can bear, and what are the mechanisms to unify this federation. So far, this question has not been addressed in my country, in Spain, and this question certainly has not been addressed in several of the most problematic, let me put it this way, federations, such as Belgium. And as time, unfortunately, we are short of time, so I shall just mention several correlations between the concept of federalism and other notions which were discussed by Dr. Zakharov. We could raise it during the discussion. First of all, the relations between federalism and sovereignty. The state, was it sovereign enough to become part of federation or freely withdraw from the federation? Which is the answer, yes or no? I do not know. We have seen civil wars for this reason alone. The correlation between federalism and nationalism. Dr. Zakharov also raised this question. Indeed, federalism implies that it was a certain palliative or antidote to nationalism. The own space of government, of rule, autonomy in each region helped satisfy aspirations for self-government and self-rule in these regions. Therefore, they could somehow calm down these aspirations to secede. It didn't always work with federalism. Dr. Zakharov gave us an example of Quebec in Canada, and if you will, we can look at Catalonia in Spain. And that was not enough to avoid a certain, let me put it this way, disintegration, say, of Yugoslavia into the republics that used to make it. That was not enough. Federalism should be symmetrical and egalitarian, or we can see certain asymmetrical federalism, where some regions or parts of federation may be different from others and may enjoy greater self-rule compared to other regions. This problem is not addressed in full either. In the United States, in theory, each state is equal and enjoys equal rights. For example, California, 30 million of people who live there, enjoys the same number of votes in the Senate, very much like Wyoming, where there are only 800,000 people who live it. Thus, it's compensated in the House of Representatives, where California has 30 or 40 congressmen, whereas Wyoming has only one. In my country, we don't have this symmetry. Instead, we have regions where the functions or levels of financing are higher than, say, what you see in others, or other regions might not have such possibilities at all. Further on, as we contemplate federalism and municipal government, as we speak about federalism, we speak about the correlation between a federation and provinces, states, lands, where usually they have their own legislature and they have some political government. We're not speaking about small and minor municipalities in a country, such as, say, the Netherlands, a unitary state or a federation. But they have a very high level of municipal decentralization. What is it? Is it a federation or not? Certainly it's not a federation.
Yes, it's not a federation, but in the country there is a greatest level of municipal control, that is decentralization. So that is the way things work in the Netherlands, and they work well. And very briefly, let's discuss the second part of my presentation on the federal models we can see in Europe that more or less inspired to build the all-European construct of the European Union. We can entertain that idea all day through, since I'm going to stay here throughout the day and I'm ready to take your questions on the sidelines. In Europe, there are 4 countries which constitutions proclaim federal model. They are Germany, Austria, Belgium, and Switzerland. Bosnia and Herzegovina, I don't understand how its model works. I think we have a person from Bosnia and Herzegovina here in the room. If the person can explain to us in more details, I would be grateful. And let's see how those federal models work in Europe. The models that largely inspired the establishment of the all-European model. There are 7 characteristics to those models that are genuine characteristics of European federalism. It's not a model which is made piecemeal of various European countries' experiences. It's not the case. And because in Europe you can find some various models, even in Spain. It's not a federal state. So the first characteristic means that all state bodies, agencies, both on the federal and regional levels, they are 16 lands in Germany, provinces in Germany, 17 regions in Spain, in Austria, in Switzerland. They have direct electoral legitimation, and their governments and parliaments are directly elected, and the checks and balances mechanisms are also in place, as well as some other democratic instruments. We cannot say that federal parliament is more democratic than the regional one. It's the direct political legitimacy of bigger or smaller formats for governance. So decentralization in this case is granted by the constitution of the countries. That means that neither level can impact the other. Federation cannot infringe on the authorities of the region, and the opposite. Third characteristic, in the framework of the federation, all bodies, all levels have a legislative initiative, so they can draft laws. And in the federal model, you cannot say that there is only one law for all legislative initiatives. All those levels of power are legitimate. In the United States, you can find 51 subjects of legitimacy. In Italy, 21 subjects of legislative power, 20 plus 1 national level. The fourth characteristic, the federal system embodies a number of authorities that are delegated to every level of power, whether it is federal or regional. And normally the Constitution has 2 lists of authorities. In other words, it's a list. There is a list of authority for the federation and for regions. And the functions or types of authorities can vary. There are some authority that is solely the federal level. That's defense, international relations, civil or criminal codes. And besides, there are some executive types of authority. And regions have to oblige and perform and execute federal laws. So in my country, for instance, healthcare, transport and education are regulated by federal laws, but schools do not belong to the center, to the federation. They belong to the region and are managed by the regions. So the federation in my country does not provide those public services. It's a virtual kind of federation, while the police, judiciary, and they belong to the federal level. Characteristic number 5. Normally those systems are two-chamber system, upper and lower houses, legislative house. For Germany, for instance, it's Bundestag. And the other chamber in Germany represents the interests of the lands, the regions, and members are not elected by the people. They are elected by the government of those respective lands. And they actually are appointed by them to Bundestag. Characteristic number 6. We can think of the conflicts that are inevitable between federal and regional levels, but they are they are considered and ruled by the special judiciary branch. It could be a constitutional court or some other dedicated court. You don't have, you cannot find any single-sided mechanisms for a resolution of those conflicts. It's the judges who rule and decide. And the final characteristic, perhaps we can suggest that there could be some small or bigger conflicts over authority in the region or on the federal level. In Europe, differences cannot be big, while in the United States those differences and conflicts could be bigger. You might recall the discussion on single-sex, same-sex marriages. Heated debate was in California and New Jersey. But on the federal level, we didn't see such a discussion. But in some states, same-sex marriages were prohibited, while in other states they are allowed. And the Supreme Court in 2013 ruled that the federal constitution guarantees same-sex marriages. I'm about to finish. So that's the guarantee and the international protection of those rights. By the way, Russia is one of the 47 members of the Council of Europe, and Russia subordinates to the jurisdiction of the European Court on Human Rights in The Hague, and I think that in Russia there are 3 layers of rights protection, while it's one in Strasbourg, federal and regional. I'm not certain about that, but I can suggest that. In Europe, for instance, in Spain and Belgium, there are 3 tiers, 3 layers of the protection of rights. While in the regions they can set forth some rules that may be different from those of the center. So I have listed those 7 characteristics of the federal power, which are approximately the same with all the countries at issue. I would like to wrap up here, and probably during Q&A time we'll think of some other points to discuss. And dear colleagues, I should say that we never came to terms about the professor, what we would talk about. We never discussed that. But what strikes me is the fact that to what extent we were complementary in our remarks. It's very striking. I suspect we should really make presentations as a tandem. So, dear colleagues, let's move to the discussion. And I think we will allow some 5 questions to be asked, and then Professor and I will decide who will respond to each particular question. Do you agree, Professor? Konstantin from St. Petersburg. I'm Konstantin Krylov from St. Petersburg. The question goes to Professor Bertrano de Filippo. As you pointed out in your presentation, one can see a number of regions in Spain which enjoy some authorities, and there are other regions that do not enjoy the same specific authority. So I wonder if there is a trend, such regions as La Coruña, Granada, to win their rights to enjoy same authority. And if it is the trend, does it pose a big problem for the state? Thank you. Question from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Blaženka, floor is yours. Blaženka from Bosnia. My question is as follows. In the future, do you think there will be more countries with federal model of power, or it will be the countries with decentralized model? Dear colleagues, you can ask your questions both in Russian and English. Well, and the moment I said that, more hands were raised. Marina, please. Marina Vyushchenko from Khabarovsk. I think my question will go to you, Andrei. In Russia, 7 federal districts were established. I wonder if it doesn't run counter to the principle of the federal state. Edward, please ask your questions. I'm Eduard Amirov from Bashkortostan Republic. My question goes to you, Andrei, too. An attempt to set up a fronda. Was it an attempt to build a federal state in Russia at the end of the 1990s, early 2000? Timur, your question, please. Thank you. I would like to ask the situation in Spain. Even recently, we saw some terrorist attacks there, and the attacks that were conducted by a terrorist organization, but then some consensus was reached. So the situation when Spain was gradually drifting to the federal situation, was it the effect of that? One more question. I'm Julia Krivonosov from St. Petersburg. My question goes to Andrei, too. You emphasize that the party system plays a great role for federalism to exist. The ban on regional parties, is it the mandatory norm for federalism to exist? Thank you, dear colleagues. First, we will answer your questions, and then we will move on. Professor, could you start, please? I would like to thank the 2 persons who asked questions in Spain. It's a great language, and I feel some inferiority because I cannot reciprocate in Russian. Well, speaking of authority, I'll be very brief. in Spain, there are 17 regions which enjoy a very high level of authority. They have legislative authority, education, transport authority. And the mid-level of self-governance in Spain can be comparable with that of the federal system. Andalusia, the Canary Islands, they have level of authorities comparable with those of Bayern, Handel-Hessen, but of Germany. But there are two regions in Spain which has this taxation system that are exclusive. That's Navarra province and the Basque province, and it results in the fact that those regions are richer and cannot be explained rationally. So in Spain, the only federal budget allocates funds to 15 regions, meaning that the citizens of those 15 regions pay their taxes directly to the budget, while the federal budget distributes the funds to the other region, but federal budget is not. In other regions, people pay to the regional budgets, and then the regions allocate some funds to the center. And again, there cannot be rationally explained. That's history, and there is asymmetry with the regions. And the Catalonia enjoys some other authority that other regions do not have. It's a small asymmetry, but it's quite visible, because the Catalonia is now demanding that its taxation system is the same as in the Basque province. Responding to the question from Bosnia and Herzegovina about the future of federalism, I don't know really what to say. On the one hand, federalism, as was pointed out in our tandem presentation with Andrei, well, the role of federalism has been growing, but in order to meet some local requirements, which are decolonization and transition from dictatorships in Europe, transition from Nazis regime, led to the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany, which was federal. Really, same things happened to Italy. They have a quasi-federal system of regional autonomy, and same things happened in Spain following the fall of the Franco dictatorship. But in Greece and in Portugal, under the same circumstances, no federal models were established. So you can see that there can be demand, or there can be no demand in federalism. So it depends on each individual country, each individual situation. We made a point that federation is not always a synonym to democracy. So I think that the trend is that federalism has some mechanisms for improvement, so it can mature in many countries, but again, it depends on the choice of each country. And I'm talking about that based on the previous experience. Okay, I will also start with Blashenko's question. I would emphasize two things here. On the one hand, we can say that federations have become so multiple because the colonial empires had fallen. And the colonial empire is a very convenient way to reformat imperial space into democracy. So that's the reason why there are so many federations on the ruins of colonial powers. Now, colonial powers are very few and they are very small. And even if they fall, they will not produce such rich harvest of federations. The other point is that it's the epoch of globalization now, and I can suspect that globalization requires several types of responses on the part of modern countries. And contrary to our idea It requires not uniformity, but it requires such a situation that various countries would respond in their own way under the same circumstances. And a strive for regional system can be explained by that, and it will contribute to the establishment of federal or quasi-federal formats. So perhaps we can see some new federations, although it's very closely intertwined with some even greater turmoils that the planet can witness in the 21st century. And it's hard to answer that question now when it looks like the world has gone crazy. As for the federal districts, my answer will be very simple. That's a construct that is not stipulated by the Constitution. Nothing to discuss, no grounds. In 1990s, I would refer to that time as a period when we really saw some signs of federalism in the country. You can argue that those signs were ugly, but if you refer to the ability to bargain between federal and regional authorities as the main criteria, well, we saw that bargaining. It was also ugly. It was not good, and the center was too weak, but bargaining policies were very clearly seen in those times. And finally, party system and regional parties. I would answer that question by saying that it's true that the lack of regional parties in Russia, which are perceived as the threat to the integrity of the country, in terms of federal constitution, in terms of the federal constitution, those approaches are not justified. We have a big country. Why not? I wonder why Kaliningrad and Vladivostok should think always along the same lines, and they are to be represented by the same parties. But we understand why that system emerged. That's one of the effects of the establishment of the vertical system of power. If things will not go that tough, and if there will be a relaxation of political tension, perhaps we will see some more regional parties. I think we can get some more questions. Speaking of the question of regional parties, I would really mention a paradoxical situation. In the United States, there is the country of freedom and diversity, but there are no regional parties. There are only 3 federal level parties. There were attempts to establish another party by Ross Perot in 1992, who helped Bush, the elder, lose the elections. But there are no regional parties. In Germany, for instance, it's the same. In Bavaria, there is a small Christian social party, but there are no major regional parties that would contribute to better stability. But there are some other federal model with or featuring regional parties, as what Andrei pointed out. It's Canada and Quebec, or in the UK. In Scotland, there is a regional party that secured the opportunity to carry out a referendum. And in some countries, regional parties have a great weight, like in France. But and in the electoral system, sometimes parties that win federal elections do not have enough members in the legislature, and they need support of small regional parties. So that situation is quite odd. And I would like also to revisit the question about the terrorism and ETA organization. I don't think that there is any linkage between the terrorism in the Basque country and federalism. In other words, the fact that that organization stopped killing people does not mean that they are satisfied now with more self-governance. In Northern Ireland, and was also the IRA terrorist organization, and peace was established not because they had received more authority. Those processes are not correlated, and peace in the Basque country and in Northern Ireland lasts because there is conventional wisdom and understanding on the part of the citizens of the Basque country and Northern Ireland that vulnerable is to be stopped. I'm Neil Homer from Bashkortostan. Initially, in the Russian Federation, we saw two principles: asymmetry and national territories principle. The principle of asymmetry was under pressure. The head of the Bashkortostan Republic, who was quite weak, and the parliament institution was losing its importance, who just started copying federal acts, and local governance bodies were also losing importance, including municipal authorities and local authorities. We made our calculation, and we saw that there are some 30 supervising and oversight bodies of the federal center who exert a lot of pressure on our municipal powers and authorities. So my question is if we are going to see any attempt to build a federation based on the territorial principle, and if it is, or if we are going to see it, what implications it will bring about. From St. Petersburg, and I would like to ask a question about the situation in Catalonia and the United Kingdom. There are two countries in the European Union where some regions enjoy and pursue the ideas of autonomy. So my question is, why is it happening? What makes the situation so acute? Are there any political, economic factors to contribute to that? Perhaps it's because of the economic crisis, or perhaps some historical tradition lead the two regions to autonomy. So it's Catalonia, and the last question will be asked by Dragan, and we will close the line. I'm from the Academy of Political Development. I'm Dragan Mitievich. What do you think of the future of the Spanish state following some amendments in the Constitution and following based on the nationalism in Catalonia and the Basque country? Will it be more federal? Will there be more autonomy to those regions? Will it be a weakened regime or a weakened federation without Catalonia? Will it secede? What will happen after October 11, after referendum in Catalonia? And with ongoing economic crisis, what will happen to the economic crisis? Sorry, colleagues, we cannot take any more questions, and we'll try to be very brief in answering our questions. With your permission, I will start, because there are fewer questions addressed to me. As for the territorial principle federation, perhaps there will be some attempts to put it into doubt, but I wouldn't recommend you pursue such a policy. And the fact that the Russian Federation was based on the territorial principle, is the result of the right of the nations for self-determination, which is stipulated in many international documents, and nobody is going to argue with that. You cannot take away authority that were delegated at some point to a territory, and I cannot imagine a political force in the country that would dare doing that. You might have noticed that the expansion of regions process was stopped, and it was done just because the reason I had mentioned. Economic advantages of the mergers would be leveraged by political expenses, and I think our leaders understand that, but I can only guess what they think about that. Well, just 1 minute for 2 questions. Hard situation questions are quite complex. They concern the future, they concern the separatism in Catalonia. Perhaps if you're really interested, we can continue on the sidelines. Speaking of the situation in Catalonia and Scotland, I am short of information of Scotland. I don't think I can explain much to you about Scotland. But I think that the entire process in Scotland was quite democratic and open, transparent, as compared with Catalonia. In Catalonia, to explain where those sentiments come from and why they strive for independence, and because of that, referendum will be held on October 11th. You know, for 2 or 3 centuries, Catalonia has been striving for autonomy. In the 19th century, it was suppressed by monarchy. In the 20th century, it was suppressed by Franco. Both in 19th and 20th century, there were civil wars because Basques and Catalonians wanted to be independent. And even during Franco regime, the languages of Catalonia and the Basque country, their languages were prohibited. So for 2 centuries in a row, any attempts for self-governance were suppressed. And since democracy was established and a lot of autonomy was delegated, we thought that the problem was resolved. Catalonia, you wanted self-governance, okay, you have it. And for 30 years, we saw, or we thought that autonomy and self-governance will be established.
But for some reasons which can hardly be explained in a logical way, such as the nationalism, mythology, political dreams, not many people in Spain share these attitudes, and I don't think that there's much future for the advancement along this path, because they're within the EU as all of Spain. So I do not believe there are any grounds for the deepening separatism and for a referendum. So if the decision is, even it is positive, for Catalonia to become a state in itself, this is within the EU, this is totally ruled out. So no logical deliberation is possible for the future years. With respect to the future of Spain as a country, I do not readily believe that there will be any problem. We have a consolidated statehood. Indeed, we're going through a major crisis, but many other countries go through a crisis, Greece, Italy. And some countries have defaulted on their payments, and the EU had to come to help, like in the cases of Greece and Ireland, Malta. No, sorry, not Malta, but in any way. certainly Greece and Ireland. I do not foresee any particular problems for Spain. I may be a bit optimistic, but we can talk about this later if you wish during the break. If I may, just a couple of words and say that as distinct from Mr. Bertrand Philippe, I think that at least 3 countries of the European Union will meet very serious challenges, Euro challenges, the United Kingdom and Italy, countries which will have great secessionist movements so I think that a lot would depend if we start moving out from the umbra of the economic crisis, but still I would like to be an optimist. Colleagues, I hope this has been an interesting session. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll break for 25 minutes.
Друзья, посмотрите на меня на секундочку. Кто-то оставил телефон, во-первых, свой Samsung на столе с едой. Поменял на еду кто-то телефон. Хорошо. Смотрите, второй вопрос. Пожалуйста, убирайте чашки с улицы, когда вы выходите чай пить, с собой забирайте их. И сейчас откройте, пожалуйста, программки ваши на сегодняшний день. Я вас сейчас что-то приятное вам скажу. Смотрите, сейчас у нас сессия, после этой сессии у нас будет обед. Затем все до единого приходят на...
We shall have lunch after this session, and then at 2:30 we shall have a session by Tamara Marshakova. Unfortunately, Boris Dubin is ill, and Andrei Kolesnikov will speak instead of Mr. Dubin. And then, starting from 6 and up until 9 in the evening, you have free time. Free time. But at 8:45, Martina Kwiatkowska, at 8:45, 15 minutes before the roundtable, Martina will wait for you here to tell you about the possibilities for international cooperation. This is our little announcement. Let me start this session Alexander. С вашего позволения, я прошу внимания. Let me ask for your attention, please. The institution of Ombudsman, or for that matter, as the Council of Europe defines it, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, has existed for about 200 years in the Nordic countries in various formats, under different regimes. And the idea of environmental protection, let me also remind you, was born in the Nordic countries where people were inclined to treat the nature sparingly. The Institute of Ombudsman is the epitome of culture that Russia has now gone a certain path by introducing in this country. The difference may be, although it is quite a recent institution, for both the Russian society and the Russian government, it depends not only on the formal things or the formal criteria, but also on the actual characteristics of the person who occupies this position. From this standpoint, the personality of the person who holds the office is of great importance. I have the privilege of being a close friend of Vladimir Lukin, and I think that what they have done as an institution in this country are quite important. and we do hope that Ella Pamfilova will also be successful in her position. But as I said, the actual personality is very important. But the fact that Ella Pamfilova is a very active person is true. Mr. Lukin was a great ombudsman. So I think that this session is particularly important both as an institution and as the history of people who have held this office. I would like to express my gratitude to the Kingdom of Norway, which has been a support of our project and has mediated in inviting our esteemed expert for this session. I hope this will be a very interesting and important, very important session, and I will give floor to Arne. Thank you very much for being with us.
Спасибо. And thank you very much for the invitation to come here and to speak to you. It's a great honor, and I'm also looking forward to hear questions or comments to my speech. Myself, let me first introduce myself. My name is Arne Fliflet. I'm a lawyer by profession, I'm sorry to say. Some hate lawyers. I know, but lawyers can also be quite useful in some respects. But many of my colleagues, former colleagues as ombudsmen, were very skeptical to lawyers. But as I shall come back to when in my speech, I will tell you about why the legal profession or the legal background is important for the ombudsman in the Nordic countries. Before I became ombudsman, I was ombudsman appointed by Parliament. It is the Norwegian Parliament, the Storting, appointing the ombudsman. The parliamentary period is for 4 years, and the ombudsman is therefore appointed for 4 years, but he can also be elected again and again and again. And I was elected and re-elected 6 times. So I finished my mandate in June this year, after 24 years of service. Before that, I was a barrister, an advocate, in private practice, and before that I was an attorney or a lawyer in public practice. I also been a public prosecutor and a teacher of law at the faculty of Oslo, and we have a special institution in Norway. As young lawyers, we can be deputy judges, and I was also a deputy judge in my younger days. So I had a different kind of experience before I was appointed ombudsman.
Next time I will introduce you with pleasure.
Okay, thank you. I shall give you an outline of this Ombudsman institution. I shall myself be the PowerPoint. I have no PowerPoint there, but I shall first give you some remarks on the name of the Ombudsman and the history and the different cultures in the Nordic countries, the East and the West, and the legal schemes and how they work, and also the relationship between the Ombudsman and the courts. and some few words about the Ombudsman and human rights. This word Ombudsman has spread all over the world and is very popular. And it also, when it was introduced in Scandinavia, it was very popular. So, and in Norway, it resulted that we had lots of ombudsman institutions. So when the children issues came up, well, what shall we do about that? The politicians asked. Oh, let's have an institution of ombudsman for children. So we have an ombudsman for children. And discrimination questions came up. So what shall we do with the discrimination issues? Well, let's have an ombudsman for that. And we have an ombudsman for discrimination, for gender equality, for racial equality, and sexual equality, and all that. And consumer protection, and patients in hospitals. So there are special ombudsmen for all these tasks. But there is only one parliamentary ombudsman with special tasks. This is the institution I shall talk of. Scandinavia, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden are 3 independent countries with different systems of government and administration. Seen from the outside, the Scandinavian countries in the Nordic area are perceived as countries where the similarities are more conspicuous than the dissimilarities. The Nordic countries also include Finland and Iceland, as well as the Faroe Islands and Greenland, which have close affiliations with Denmark. These countries have different public administration systems, and their ombudsman schemes are also dissimilar. In this address, I would like to explain the similarities and differences in public administration and in the ombudsman offices in the Nordic countries. In order to understand the systems, they must be seen in relation to fundamental characteristics in the different countries, in the constitutions, public administrations, and the courts, and we should also include law studies and the legal profession in the individual countries. As mentioned, in 1809, the 200th anniversary of the institution of the Ombudsman was celebrated. This year, we celebrate the 200th anniversary of the Norwegian Constitution. Actually, the first Ombudsman institution has its roots even earlier, at the beginning of the 18th century, when the Swedish king, Charles XII, was in Turkey fighting wars. He needed a representative in Sweden who could make sure that senior officials and office holders fulfilled their duties in proper manner. The king therefore appointed his own ombudsman. When the new constitution was established in Sweden in 1809, the Swedish parliament, the Riksdagen, created by election, also wanted an ombudsman, and the office of Justice Ombudsman was thereby established. The remit of this ombudsman was to ensure that senior officials and civil servants acted in accordance with the laws of the country and performed the official duties to which they were entrusted. From 1814, Norway was in union with Sweden, with a common king, a personal union. That was a French marshal who was king of Sweden at that time, one of Napoleon's old friends. But he became king of Sweden. He never learned Swedish. He always spoke French. So the king's court had to adapt to that, which caused problems, of course. But in 1822, the king attempted to establish a type of ombudsman scheme in Norway, a general procurator, who could be compared with the Swedish King's Ombudsman, a Chancellor for Justice, and he was appointed in 1822, but he gave up after 3 years in 1825. Now, many years later, after the Second World War, there was a requirement for strengthening the guarantee of due process of law following 5 years of occupation and Nazi regime. And expanding public administration also contributed to the need for strengthening the legal and procedural rights of the citizens. A legal commission proposed a law on public administration with rules about how administrative cases should be handled. The Commission also proposed a law on Freedom of Information Act, with rules about public documents. And finally, the Commission proposed the establishment of an institution of Ombudsman for Public Administration. Proposals for an ombudsman scheme were put forward both in Denmark and Norway before that. The Danes included a provision concerning an ombudsman scheme in their constitution of 1953. In Norway, progress was slower. A proposal for an ombudsman scheme submitted at the National Assembly of the Liberal Party in 1949 was given a less than enthusiastic reception. This was probably connected with the general impression that an ombudsman of Swedish model would be a thorn in the side of senior officials and civil servants. For this reason, it was perhaps not so strange that the idea was received with skepticism. The Swedish parliamentary ombudsman was, in fact, an institution established to ensure that senior officials and civil servants fulfilled their duties, and the ombudsman also doubled as the public prosecutor in cases brought against such officials. As this perspective was also emphasized by those proposing to establish an ombudsman scheme in Norway, it is understandable that the proposal received little support. During the German occupation, senior public officials and civil servants did in fact play an important part in the active Norwegian resistance movement. When the frame of reference for an ombudsman scheme was amended, with citizens' rights taking priority as the most important part of the ombudsman scheme, the skepticism and unwillingness receded, and in Denmark, the Office of Ombudsman was established in 1955, and 8 years later, the Office of Parliamentary Ombudsman was also established in Norway. But we were the fourth in the world. The first was Sweden, the second was Finland, the third was Denmark, and the fourth was New Zealand in 1962, and we had it from 1963. So the ombudsman institutions in the Nordic countries can be divided into East Nordic and West Nordic policies. In the East Nordic ombudsman schemes in Sweden and Finland, it is mainly government departments and officials that are under scrutiny. In the West Nordic countries, citizens' rights form the basis and the frame of reference for the schemes and the control of public administration. A common feature of the schemes in the Nordic countries is their firm roots in the legal system, the legal nature of the schemes which are closely linked to the courts, the legal system, the enforcement of law, and the legal profession. In the Nordic countries, parliamentary ombudsmen must be members of the legal profession. In Norway, the Ombudsman Act specifies that ombudsmen must have the same qualifications as Supreme Court judges, and all parliamentary ombudsmen are members of the legal profession with experience as judges or lawyers. In Denmark, ombudsmen have been elected among professors of law. In Sweden and Finland, parliamentary ombudsmen are always judges of persons having a background from the courts of law. And in other words, there are close ties between the ombudsman institutions and the courts in the Nordic countries. The Nordic and West Nordic ombudsmen's meetings are conferences for the legal profession. It is also important to emphasize that in Sweden and Finland, the courts of law are under the scrutiny of the ombudsman. However, the Ombudsman will only deal with procedural matters, not the substantial or material questions. Finally, it is fair to say that today also the citizens' rights are more in focus than the duties of the officials. We have re-examination schemes in all the Nordic countries. There is an important dividing line between Sweden and Finland on the one side and Denmark, Norway and Iceland on the other side with regard to the legal authority exercised by public administration and the re-examination schemes. Sweden and Finland have separate public administration courts that pass decisions in individual cases. In the West Nordic countries, we have only the ordinary courts of law, and re-examination of individual decisions take place in administrative bodies and in administrative forms. In the West Nordic countries, therefore, the Ombudsman fills the void represented by the absence of administrative courts. In Sweden and Finland, where the administrative court system is established, the Ombudsman has therefore a different role to play. The parliamentary ombudsman in Sweden and Finland monitor case processing and the duties of government officials, but do not re-examine the substantive aspects of the decisions passed by public administration. These matters are dealt with by the public administrative courts. In the West Nordic countries that have only the ordinary courts of law and no separate administrative court system, the Ombudsman can be regarded as a supplement and an alternative to the ordinary courts of law. The firm entrenchment of the Ombudsman scheme in the legal system and the legal authority attached to the system means that although the Ombudsman only has the right to voice an opinion, this will invariably be complied with in practice. The Norwegian Ombudsman system is built on law, and the investigations made and opinions rendered shall build on valid current law. However, the Ombudsman is less formal and more flexible than the courts of law. He has also a right to express his opinion, which is not legally binding, but, as I said, has substantial authoritative strength. He may express his concern, his doubts on law and facts, and may also criticize decisions for being unreasonable. The citizens accordingly have in the Ombudsman system alternative means to correct faults and deficiencies in public administration. Another special feature that should be mentioned is the Ombudsman's supervisory role with regard to the courts and judges in Sweden and Finland. In the West Nordic countries, the courts are expressly exempt from the remit of the Ombudsman. In Sweden and Finland, relationships between the Ombudsman and the judges can for this reason be somewhat strained. But in view of the fact that both institutions are firmly rooted in the judicial profession, the conflict of interest is perhaps not so great. However, the clear-cut dividing line between the Ombudsman and the courts in the West Nordic countries no doubt contributes towards less tension in the relationships between the courts, the judges and the Ombudsman. There can be an advantage in this situation as the Ombudsman forms an opinion on substantive law issues that are also brought before the courts. And that happens from time to time. But up till now, there has been no conflict between the courts of law and the Ombudsman. The courts of law have in nearly all cases upheld the decisions or the recommendations of the Ombudsman. There can be an advantage in this situation as the Ombudsman forms an opinion on substantive law issues that are also brought before the courts. It can be an advantage that the relationship between the institutions is not characterized by mistrust and jealousy. And that is a problem. And let me add, outside my manuscript, that a key word of the Ombudsman institution is trust. And ombudsman is an old Norse word, and it means a trusted person, a man who is trusted with a commission from another. It could be the King's Ombudsman, but now it is the Parliament's Ombudsman, the trusted person. And as the Ombudsman can only render his opinions, he cannot make legally binding decisions. The Ombudsman's opinions must be respected by the government authorities, by the public administration. So the Ombudsman should have the trust of the public administration. But it is also important that the Ombudsman has the trust in the people who use the institution. So this balance is very, can from time to time be difficult. And I must say, in my experience, I was not always met with trust. I was sometimes met with skepticism. And one important task of the parliamentary ombudsman in Norway and Denmark, and also in Sweden, is the work with cases on the freedom of information. The right for journalists, for the public, to see public documents. If a request to see a document is not accepted by the government, a complaint can be made, and a complaint can also be made to the Ombudsman. And the Ombudsman is playing an important part in these cases. And in these cases, I met some skepticism from time to time when I said that this should be this document. I cannot find it right that you close it. You should disclose it. You should give it out. And they do follow the opinion of the Ombudsman mainly, and but it is also with some bitter comments from time to time. But no conflict between the institutions. But that was a deviation from my manuscript. I must therefore go back to my manuscript, which it can be difficult to find what it was. Because I was saying a few things about the courts, the relationship to the courts in Sweden. But now I would like to say a few words about all the ombudsman schemes that have sprung forth after the establishment of the Parliamentary Ombudsman Institution. I mentioned that initially in my speech too. And we have in the Nordic countries a numerous appellant and supervisory bodies, and the ombudsman title is used in many of these. The word and designation ombudsman has become very popular, so popular in fact that the situation can be somewhat confusing. However, public administration is also comprehensive and complex, and this is something we must live with. The institution of parliamentary ombudsman plays an important role, covers a specific requirement, and promotes the rights of citizens and other different interests. And one important thing, you can go to court with your case if you're not content with the decision of the administration. You can go to court, but then you need a lawyer. It costs a lot of money, and it can take a very long time. Going to the ombudsman doesn't cost a kopeck. It's free. It can take some time. It should be quicker than it is, but it is better than going through 3 instances of courts of law. But with his firm roots in the law and his ties with the legal profession in public administration and the courts, the ombudsman may be regarded as a quasi-court. It must be easy for citizens to approach the institution, and the institution must work efficiently and thoroughly in a serious and straightforward manner. Case processing must always be correct, simple, and in writing, and formality must not be taken further than requirements demand and confidence makes necessary. Confidence in both public administration and in the country's citizens is an important factor. Finally, I shall say a few words on the Ombudsman and human rights. Several human rights conventions are now transformed into Norwegian law. This year, many important human rights provisions were also incorporated and transformed into the Norwegian constitution. People have the right and possibility to go to the courts to have their rights. The judiciary plays an important role in this respect, but also the Ombudsman will in his investigations and opinions look to the human rights obligations. Thank you for listening.
Colleagues, it's time for discussion. You are welcome. Stanislav Avramenko, Rostov-on-Don. My question: Ombudsman may be a lawyer who represents in court his custodian, and if he controls the judge, in other cases where Ombudsman himself represents his client, he may somehow use his status to press upon the judge, and the judge would satisfy his demands. Is there any control mechanism as far as this is concerned?
Should be objective and neutral. So the Ombudsman shall not represent the complainant or the citizen who is making a complaint. He's not representing him. He's not an advocate for the citizen, but he shall consider the case on an objective and neutral way.
Так, Stanislav.
Stanislav. Stanislav Stanskih, dear Arne, thanks for the lecture. It seemed to me unusual that the same person, like in your case, may be an ombudsman for 6 times. The trend in the world is different in the constitutional regulation. There are certain limitations related to occupying such positions. In many republics, there is such a limitation. So the head of the state, for instance, cannot occupy his position for more than 2 terms. Please comment on your own case. Of course, there are categories like judges who occupy their positions well, until they reach a certain age level. But ombudsman is not a judge. Thank you.
I shall try to be objective and neutral to your question. I think 6 times was pretty much, too much, really. I was 43 when I was appointed the first time. And I thought, well, a second time could be okay. But I was unanimously appointed all times because they tried to find a candidate who will have the support of all the representatives of Parliament, from the far left to the far right. So you might say, well, the ombudsman must be a kind of a paper tiger or a toothless person. But I think too that 6 times was pretty much. And in Denmark, my predecessor here, Mr. Gammeltoft Hansen, he was for 25 years, but he resigned in 2011. Or yeah, and after his appointment, the law of the ombudsman was changed. So now there should only be 2 periods. So that's the outcome there. And there was some discussion in Norway also now, but the parliament said, no, we will not change the law, because they have the opinion, I think, that the parliament should be should have no binding rules on that. They should be the upper law of what you say about Parliament in Britain.
In Britain, it's different. Parliament is supreme.
Yes, Parliament is supreme, and that is also the attitude in Norway. They would say, but in the corridors, they said that the new appointed ombudsman should not take into consideration that he should sit as long as his predecessor. But we have one rule, and you know, pension schemes are always interesting, and it is a rule in Norway saying that after 2 periods you have full pension rights. So I could have quitted many years ago and still have.
Well, you have full pension rights.
Yes, I have full pension rights now, but so it is in the law, I think, a kind of they presuppose that 2 periods is enough, and my predecessors were sitting for 2 periods. So, so my answer to your question is that it's not likely that we'll have them, and in many other jurisdictions, this is quite impossible to think. I think in the Nordic countries it's it's a special experience.
Сударыня, вам слово, прошу.
Елена Лукавицкая, Novgorod. Thanks for a very interesting report. It's for the first time I found out that ombudsman is a Norway ancient word. That was very interesting. I'm interested in practical issues. More or less, I understand what you do at the regional level and what you face. In your practice, what are your problems at the first place, second place, and third place? I am a sociologist and I'm interested in this. On the basis of your legal practice, did you initiate certain amendments to law, or did you initiate certain laws? And what, if the answer is yes, what these laws were about?
Thank you. And let me first say that the ombudsman work is not a one-man work. The ombudsman has a staff of in Norway of 35 lawyers and around 50 or 60, between 50 and 60 persons in the office. In Denmark, it is much more. It's 50 lawyers and nearly 100 staff. The number of complaints received is 3,000 in Norway. And in Denmark, it's a bit more than 5,000. 50% of the complaints, that is about 1,500, are rejected because they are outside the powers of the ombudsman. If you make a complaint against the courts, the ombudsman cannot deal with it. If you haven't used the administrative complaint possibilities, you must do that first. But what kind of cases is your and all kinds of cases, all kinds of cases dealt with by public administration. So if you apply for a building permit and it is rejected, you can make a complaint also to the ombudsman, and the ombudsman has a lot of such cases. If your neighbor is allowed to build a house and you don't like it, you can make a complaint to the ombudsman, and the ombudsman can then go into the administrative handling of the case. Cannot decide whether it is right in connection with the to the neighbor and so forth. But you'll go into the building, the case handling. Taxes, all kinds of taxes related to citizens. It can be value-added tax, it can be income tax, it can be tax on property, all kinds of such cases. Social security, pension questions, and other kinds of questions. Alien issues, questions. People applying for coming into Norway for family reunification or other reasons. They can come to the ombudsman. All kinds of police matters. If the police deals with you in an improper manner, if you're, you can go to the ombudsman and complain to him. The ombudsman has for several times made investigations on the using of custody, and we have found out that the police is not dealing with the custody matters in a proper way, so we have a lot of prison matters. I remember I was in Russia many years ago. I think it was 20 years ago, and it was the ombudsman at that time was Sergei Kovalyov, and I asked him if I could see a prison. Oh yes. So he took me to a prison, to the prison of marine sailors, or yeah, yes. So I had the opportunity to see that, and we also make, so we do investigations and inquiries on prison matters, and receive also complaints from prisoners. We also have all kinds of cases related to education, schools, both primary schools, secondary schools, universities, and student financing. Also questions about that. So it is a whole range of questions. So the answer is everything. But these I now mentioned are very practical, and it is not. And yes, let me also add that people applying for jobs, for work in public service, not getting them, they can also make complaints to the ombudsman, and we have such cases also. All right.
Продолжаем, коллеги.
We move on. Julia. Thanks for your presentation, Yulia Счастливцева, Chelyabinsk. You mentioned several times that the Ombudsman institution conducts its own investigations. What are your responsibilities for making such investigation, comparing with prosecutors, with judges, and what methods do you use when you conduct your own investigations?
Investigations are made either on the basis of complaints, normally complaints regarding decisions. They will be conducted in writing. So the Ombudsman will write questions to the administration, ask for answers in writing. So that will be fairly formal investigations. The investigations in prisons and police custody institutions or psychiatric hospitals, which also the Ombudsman inspect or control, then that will be done both in writing and with on-stage or on-scene inquiries, but not so formal, in an informal way. But the public administration, the administration or the of the hospitals, of the police institutions, prisons, will always have the possibility to answer questions before criticism from the Ombudsman. But the investigations are, in practice, very informal.
Так, продолжаем. Прошу.
Okay. Olga. Olga Fadeeva, Yugra. My question: in your rich experience, was there any case when you made a decision in favor of a citizen that his rights were violated, and these decisions were not responded by the administration? In our case, well, I personally have such cases when the judicial system ignores the opinion of ombudsman, just ignored, and it was not even mentioned in the court resolutions. Did you have such cases?
Yes, yes. Not so many, but one particular case I remember. It was an advocate who lost his license, and because he had not his accountancy declaration in order. So he put that in order and said to the administration that now I will have my license back. And then the ministry said, no, you cannot have it. You cannot have it until 1 year has elapsed. So because you didn't do it properly, you have to wait a year. And I said, there's no legal foundation for that. According to the law, he's entitled to his license when he has put these things in order. But the ministry did not accept it, my decision. So they went. The advocate went to court, and he lost the case in the first instance. And the ombudsman was not very. He was a bit criticized too. But then he appealed to the appeal court, and the appeal court also gave the ministry. They decided in favor of the ministry. But then he went to the Supreme Court, And what did the Supreme Court do? The Supreme Court made a decision in favor of the Ombudsman. Yes. It was 4-1, but but that is a very particular case, a very special case. But so because mostly the administration will accept the recommendation.
Так.
Timur Uzhakov from Ingushetia. A question and a brief comment. My question, have you ever participated in Breivik's case? And sorry for probably being tactless. I was in Norway, and I heard this story that Norway received autonomy when Swedish king lost a card game. Is it true?
North of Scotland, because the king had given away to the Scottish king sometime, and he didn't get it back or something. But I haven't heard that he lost that in a card game.
These gifts can have terrible consequences.
Yeah. But you mentioned the Breivik's case. Well, I should not comment on concrete cases. Normally, the Ombudsman should not either confirm or or the opposite of a case. But I think it has been said in the newspapers that there is a complaint from him on the conditions he's now being, well, in prison. So, as you know, he was considered to be sane, and he got 21 years of confinement. So there he is, isolated, and he's not with other prisoners. So, and this is, let me say that his conditions in prison are under the scope of powers of the Ombudsman. So the Ombudsman can deal with his case. Yes.
Про проигрыш опять.
About the loss again. Timur, your guess, allow me to reconsider the Crimea situation. You, as Ombudsman, do you understand everything in the case of Breivik? Do you have questions for yourself?
Many questions. And it is a case, of course, which is very, questions of principle. Many questions you can ask about this case, about the penalty, how he was treated in the process in court, and so. But have you specific questions that you want me to comment on?
Тимур, я не смогу, к сожалению, я не.
Unfortunately, we would not foster this dialogue any further because I have 130 people who would like to contribute to the discussion. Sochi, please. Anna Martinova, Sochi. Arne, in Russia, since certain time we have an Institute of Ombudsmen, but as distinct from the West European system, we have personalization of ombudsman on the areas of activity. We have a child ombudsman, Pavel Astachov, for instance. What is the system of building of Ombudsman Institute seems to you more efficient for Russia? And maybe considering the scope of our country, we need separate ombudsman by regions. Or we have to stick to the European system and centralize this institution.
Yes, I was thinking about this under your intervention this morning about the question on unitary states and federal states, and we have a federal ombudsman in Spain. It is but they are also ombudsmen in the regions of Spain, in Catalonia, for instance, and in the other regions. But in Germany, they have no ombudsman on the federal level, but they have ombudsmen on the regional levels. But in the federal parliament of Germany, they have a petition committee which acts like a kind of ombudsman. In Russia, there are ombudsmen in regions here, I understand, but you also have a federal or an ombudsman on the federal level, but that he's an ombudsman for human rights. But these institutions, they are, as I told you, very, very different. Because the political systems are very different. The administrative systems, the constitutions are very different. And you have to make these, to measure these institutions. You can't transplant an institution from one jurisdiction to another. So the Nordic ombudsman, or the West Nordic type of ombudsman, could not be transplanted into Sweden, and should not definitely be transplanted to Russia or Germany or Spain and so forth. But the core characteristics of the ombudsman institution, I think, could be exported and could give you some ideas of creating an institution according to your needs and your conditions. So, but it is an institution to bring equity and fairness into the law, to say it briefly. But so this is not a revolutionary institution, but then it could be scrapped at once. But so well, was this an answer?
Так, Вахтанг, у вас был вопрос, да?
A question from Georgia. I'm Vachtank from Georgia. Thank you very much. It's really very interesting. Many representatives of this class would envy Norway and Scandinavian countries in the area of your ombudsman institution. I'll take an example from my country. We have this institute of ombudsman since the 90s, and after the Rose Revolution, the head of this institution was the representative of NGO, who actively took his role. He criticized the authorities a lot in the events of 2007. He was beaten by the policeman himself. Ombudsman was a victim of the state terror, let's put it this way. when Saakashvili came to power, there was someone who was close to his power, and he received a post of the minister later. And that really means that reports made by the first or second ombudsman in parliament, they were not considered seriously. You are an experienced person in this field. What international instruments may be used to influence positive results so that the word of ombudsman was taken into consideration and his recommendations were taken into consideration, because internal mechanisms are pretty poor in our country?
Well, that was a very difficult question. So far, the ombudsman, at least the Nordic ombudsman, have been very, very skeptical to go into matters outside their jurisdictions. They see that they have domestic duties, they have domestic tasks, and should go into them. But they are from time to time asked to support other institutions outside, and very skeptical to that. But that is not an answer to your question, because your question would be, are there other means to support an ombudsman who has suffered injustice or who has not been respected as he should? Well, politics is and the press, not at least, that is it can be effective means, but to find legal or formal means, I think is very difficult. But I should like to add something about, because I mentioned to you that the ombudsmen of the Nordic countries are lawyers or have legal background, and I asked once the then parliamentary ombudsman of Ireland, Emily O'Reilly. I asked her, how is it possible, and she is a political journalist of background, and I said, is it possible to be an ombudsman without being a lawyer? And she laughed at me, and ever since in conferences I've been mocked by her. Last year she sent me an email telling me that now she has an honorary degree of law. So now, of course it is possible to be an ombudsman without being a lawyer, and particularly in other jurisdictions. But in the Nordic countries, it is effective and good to have a lawyer, but other places it could be more effective and to have other. And now Emily O'Reilly is the EU ombudsman, the ombudsman of the European Union. So, back to your question, the legal profession, could they internationally be of support? Of course, it's this has something with the rule of law to do, and we have an international law commission. We have other international organizations who could be of help.
Сударыня, вы, прошу.
Mr. Ombudsman, please remember to give your name. I'm sorry, Anna Baydakova from Moscow. Have you had any cases when you as an ombudsman would disagree with some decisions of the government, with some laws that were adopted by the parliament, and that you entered a discussion maybe, or challenged, maybe had some showdown with the government? And if so, how did you resolve such cases? Да. Да, бывало. Я могу упомянуть один случай. Не так много лет назад он произошел. Я получил жалобу от журналиста. Кто не получил какой-то документ. Это было мнение письменное, высказанное специалистом, юрисконсультом правительства, какого-то министерства, и журналист хотел этот документ увидеть. И...
Канал сменился, пятую попробуйте, да? Все нормально. Все нормально. Если можно, ответ сначала. Ответ.
Proceed. Okay.
Yeah.
The journalist was rejected to see the document. And the journalist made a complaint to the ombudsman. And I asked the ministry to give me the document so I could see that the decision was right. But the ministry said, no, you cannot see it. We will not give you, we don't disclose this to you either. And I said, well, I have the duty of silence. I cannot tell anybody about it, but my mandate is to control that the public decisions are legal. So I want to see the document. So I can't do my duty. And it went all the way up to the government, to the minister. And the minister said no. And then I made a special report to Parliament and said that I cannot see a document, I cannot fulfill my duties as ombudsman, I cannot control what I'm asked to control. And the Constitutional and the Control Committee of Parliament unanimously decided that the government should give the document to me. So I got it at last, after a struggle with the government. But and the government just accepted it and gave it to me. So, but this is not a typical case. It was a very special case. But I think it was very important for as a precedent. And after that, the law was changed. So now it is quite clear, stated in law, that all documents should be given to the ombudsman.
Can I just clarify one point? Were there really some confidential, secret documents, and did the journalist finally get? What were the reasons that they refused originally to give this document to the journalist? Were they confidential or secret, or what?
A secret was the ministry should have the right to consult the ministry's lawyer, the legal opinion. So it was they were entitled to close it, to reject it. So it was a matter of principle for the ombudsman, because I couldn't decide in another way. I had to accept that it was legal, the decision by the government, but I wanted to see it and I wanted to confirm it on the basis of a real investigation.
Коллега, пожалуйста, называйте себя.
Dear colleague, please remember to give your name. Oleg Agafonov from Rostov-on-the-Don. Thank you very much for the informative presentation. My question, please. Do you receive threats from the law enforcement agencies and from the government for what you do? Do you often face threats to your life? And if you do, how do you cope with this? Please give me examples from your practice.
Well, the answer is no. I don't receive complaints, not really complaints, or threats. Of course, I receive complaints. Oh, yeah. And I also receive threats, yes. And they have and one of the most serious threats I received during my practice was from a lawyer. And threatening with things which is very, which can be legal, because they say that if you don't decide this case in favor of me, I will go to the press. Well, do that. Go to the press. But it's meant to be a pressure, a threat, because in that case, the advocate thought that it would be embarrassing for me, for the ombudsman, to have this case disclosed in the press. But it wasn't. It was and the paradox was that he had, or his client had, a case, but I hadn't the means to put it through. So I had to try to persuade the public administration, but he was not content with that. Other kinds of threats, yes, there has been, but my staff who are in contact with the complainants, they sometimes receive threats, and we have to cope with them. But I think the administration, the public administration, and the officials and the public servants, they are threatened much more, and they are. We have also tragic examples of public servants who have been killed. So, and of course there can be some threats, but then we will have some. Well, either we report it to the police. We must do that. So we have certain procedures.
Anna, прошу вас.
Anna, please, you now have the floor. Anna Vilikok from Leningrad. She speaks English.
I wonder why countries such as Norway that have independent court and well-developed judicial system have an extra institution aimed at human rights protection, while countries where you see almost no chance to have a positive court decision, there seems to be almost no demand from grassroots, from civil society, to implement the efficient institution of ombudsman. For example, in Russia, people and NGOs tend to ask European Court for Human Rights for help rather than the ombudsman. What do you think?
Yes. You think of having a Human Rights Commission, for instance. That is a question we are now discussing in Norway, and probably we will have such an institution later. And I think to have a Human Rights Commission is a wise thing to do. The politicians are a bit reluctant because it costs money. So they thought for a long time that they should put this Human Rights Commission cases to the Ombudsman. But I think it is important in a Human Rights Commission to have representatives from NGOs, from all part of civil society. So I think, and that is now what is going to be the outcome in Norway, probably. In many other jurisdictions, you have human rights commissions, and they work side by side with the ombudsman. Recently, I was in Tunisia, and they have an ombudsman, and they have also a human rights commission, but they have also a commission for sustainable development. So that is a new issue for a new institution to take care of the sustainable to have a sustainable development, a commission for that.
Прошу, коллега, вам слово.
Dear colleague, you now have the floor. Alexei Yermakov from Golitsyn, Moscow region, from here. It is well known that Norway is a country with high living standard and level. So many people who travel from other countries wish to arrive there and live there and settle down. I want to know, as a human rights activist, do you defend people who immigrated from other countries, immigrants, who to a certain degree are then in conflict with the Norwegian society, may be reluctant to assimilate, and whether it serves the interests of the citizens of Norway to have them, and how in this position can you tell us what is your attitude on this? What is your take on this?
Yes, we have cases or complaints from people who want to be in Norway or also who are expelled, who are not allowed to stay in Norway. And they make complaints both to the Ombudsman and they go to court. Let me say, my point of view is, or both as Ombudsman and for that it has not changed after having been Ombudsman. We should base the decisions and investigations on the law, on the current law. That should be done. Now our system is very both flexible and also very liberal, I would say. So, we have some cases, or particularly one case, which has been talked much about in the press, but which has not been much to the Ombudsman, where a man still is in Norway who, according to all decisions, should be outside, but it is not possible to send him outside Norway because we don't know. We cannot send him to a safe place. So therefore, we are stuck. For instance, in Norway, the death penalty is abolished. And if we expel a person who is likely to be sentenced to death, or is likely to be treated inhumane, we should not refuse him to stay in Norway.
Вопрос из Польши.
A question from Poland. Dear colleague, you now have the floor. Jakub Bergman from Poland. Speak English.
When Norway will eventually join the European Union?
Well, I should like to have some politicians from Norway here. I don't know if it is likely to happen. Norwegians are very skeptical to the European Union. So why? Well, there are different opinions on that. Somebody say that we have oil and gas and want to keep that for ourselves. I don't think that is the whole truth. But we have such ideas on independence that I think it's more a psychological question than other question, because let's say we are not a member of the European Union, but many say that in the areas we have the European Economic Agreement, we are the best pupil in the class. We transform the EU rules before the EU do it themselves. So we are very clever.
why are Sweden, Denmark and Finland members of the European Union and not Norway?
No, because well, he asked why Finland, Sweden and Denmark are members and not Norway. Well, I really don't know why. It is a very difficult question. But they are not so... well, they don't have the oil and gas. That is one thing. That is one difference. No, I'm very honest now. Well, but then the Norwegian mentality is also probably a bit different. We gained, we tried to gain our independence in 1814, but we were forced into the union with Sweden. But not quite forced, because there were some leading Norwegians who were very eager to get in the union with Sweden too. But then in 1905, we gained the independence from Sweden, so we are a relatively young nation, so wanted to keep that way.
Excuse me, you don't mind if I ask another question?
Вы хотите уточнить?
Не, я хотел, да.
Do you want to clarify your question?
Taking into consideration your independentism, how come that you joined NATO in the end? For example, Sweden, which is your neighbor, did the opposite thing so far. So this is quite strange.
This is definitely outside my scope of power as ombudsman. But now I'm not an ombudsman, so I could freely answer your questions. Well, that was in 1949 that Norway was a member of the of NATO, and that is that was the situation then. Of course, that was the reason for that. 1972, the question of membership of the European Common Market came up, and then was rejected after a referendum. It was 51% against and 49% for. And in 1994 we had a new referendum, also rejecting, but then with a bigger majority against. In 1972, we did not have the oil and gas as we have today. So that the explanation then, I think, was much due to the Norwegian mentality, which still is there, although it is a combination now with oil and gas. But we have been very, very lucky with having a good economy, with full employment, and so economically people are very content, and they are in such a situation they are reluctant to make a change, and they also see the problems which the European Union face. So they are in a different position than other countries that recently have joined the European Union.
Есть еще более странные случаи.
There is another stranger case. Russia, for example, is not a member of NATO or EU. You won't believe it. Artyom, you now have asking the last question. Speak English.
From St. Petersburg. Thanks a lot for being with us. And my question is about the role of juvenile ombudsmen in northern countries, because I've once met with Kaisa Maria Aula. She is a juvenile ombudsman in Finland. And now in Finland, as well in Sweden, as well in Norway, as well as even in the UK, there is a Muslim community, there is a community of immigrants, and one of the questions is not only how to integrate them into society, protecting their rights, but the other question is how to protect, for example, children who are children of these immigrants in these families, because, for example, in Britain there is a big problem of inadequate treatment in the families with, for example, girls in Muslim families. I know that the same problem is in northern countries as well with these immigrant families. So do you have some understanding of how to treat these families in order to provide security and freedom and European values for those children, and also not to blame the traditions of those immigrant families? I mean, for example, to be very concrete, the problem which is widely discussed now in Britain, the problem, I don't remember the term, I'm not sure about these words. They discuss a lot the female, so the rights of young girls, yes, in Muslim families. Do you have this in northern countries?
Yes, we have such problems, and but I would say that the problems you mentioned are problems not only concerning the families of other ethnic groups. We have the same problems with Norwegians, yes, and Scandinavians, where the authorities have to go into the families and give them or support, and sometimes also to take the children away from their parents. But of course there are also special problems related to the ethnic groups, and it is a much discussed question, and the I must say it comes to a on the edge, or on the apex, or that is the when parents are rejected asylum, or they are not allowed to stay. They must leave the country, and in many cases they have been allowed to stay in Norway for a long time, temporarily, until their cases have been decided. And their children are taken to school, they have friends, they learn Norwegian, they speak Norwegian, and then they shall be taken back to their country. And then the children's ombudsman in many cases, but also the children or the juvenile authorities say that you can't do that, because that will be detrimental, that will be not good for the child. And you can't separate the children from their parents. So their parents stay with their children. That is, yeah.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, since a while ago Norway is now getting great understanding of what the school does and our efforts in terms of civic enlightenment. And the school runs several projects with our Norwegian partners. The very fact that we now had such an excellent expertise from Norway, this is actually the outcome of these projects that we implemented. I think we have listened to a wonderful presentation by Mr. Flivlet, and I would like to, first of all, I would like to request that you should congratulate him on his first presentation here. And secondly, let us express a hope that it is not the last presentation and this expert will join us again and again.
Thank you very much. But let me also bestow my thanks to the audience and for all the questions and comments you made. This has been such an experience which is, in my 24 years experience, very, very special. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Приятного аппетита, коллеги.
Enjoy a meal, colleagues.
Yes, 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 yes.
It was very
of course.
interesting.
Все-таки чей телефон Samsung Duos? Твой. Все, у меня в сумке. Ребят, на галерке сядьте, пожалуйста. Здесь свободный первый ряд, незачем сидеть на втором совершенно. Как бы здесь есть места, и все в порядке.
Dear friends, a minute of your attention, please. I understand we have some graduates of the school among those present. We also have the presence of expert of the school, and taking advantage of the presence, I would like to say that the fact that Tamara Marshakova was speaking before us on an annual basis is our achievement, is the achievement of the school, and it's also our objective and goal at the same time. And it's true that we are going to have the presentation of one of the most outstanding lawyers of modern Russia. She is a former judge of the constitutional law, or the Constitutional Court, sorry. And it seems to me that she is also the person and the citizen who really understands how important it to make our country modern through the availability of independent judiciary. And I cannot think of any better member and witness to the process of the establishment of the independent judiciary in this country. And certainly I think that her presentation will arouse your attention. I think she will tell us how she organizes her talk, and when we will have the discussion. Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. It's true, I'm getting accustomed to that room and to the faces I see in the room. And I'm really grateful to you, to the audience, because you are always interested in learning some facts and points about law and the Russian judiciary. And I think you are not indifferent to the success and progress that our legal system makes. Well, I chose that topic, which is called the state of Russian judiciary, myself, because I think it's quite relevant. It's not something that is for textbooks. We have a lot of textbooks, but I think this is the topic for the current appraisal of the situation in our country. And the processes that we see while the judiciary develops and inside the system, those processes are not always visible. On the surface, we can see some signs and features of what's going on, but the exact meaning of the process, the meaning that may not be that actual and relevant for many people living in the country. That's the organization of courts, status of judiciary. But for those who are interested, that meaning is not always clear too. And the topic, which again is entitled The State of the System, Judiciary System, that topic is not new on the agenda. On the contrary, we've been talking about that for many years. We understand that unless there is a sound judiciary, no economic development is possible, and no person would feel protected and secure. And without independent judiciary, the state and the power will be out of control, and they will have a temptation to usurp the power in certain hands or embody the power in specific phases, unless it is controlled by the public, by the society, through the judiciary. So that's the judiciary, and the entire world shares that assumption, is something that is prerequisite for the democratic state. So the state and the status of judiciary is something that is to be important to all of us living in the country. Sometimes it's achieved through power struggle, and each side is interested in seeing the judiciary more or less in very close to their idea about the judiciary. So I would make some introduction, but my intention is to leave enough time for discussion, for questions and answers, for your comments. So without any delay, I'm going to start with the description of the processes that are underway in the judiciary system now, if you don't mind. Well, I hate starting from a very tough premise, but you cannot concentrate and focus the attention of the society unless you say that. And we should really see what's happening to the judiciary. And that tough statement I mentioned is that the Russian judiciary system has been ruined. And we should really understand what were the framework and content of the construct that was entitled Russian Judiciary, Russian Courts, just to see what has been left and make your judgment if I'm correct in my statement, in my said statement, I would say. In fact, the judiciary, the courts, it's not all the instruments for judgments. In the concept of European law, in the concept of human rights, international notion of human rights, the notion of the judiciary is an autonomous notion, and well recognized because anything can be referred to as judiciary or courts, but it's only the body that is characterized by certain science, specific science that would determine the organization, and the activities of the judiciary would fit into the definition. And if it doesn't fit into that definition, then it would imply that there is no judiciary system at all. And having said that, I would invite you to recall what those signs and characteristics are. Very often, talking about judiciary, we say without thinking about the independence of the judiciary and courts. And that's not something that is hypothetical or theoretical. On the contrary, that's the matter that is realized on a daily basis in the specific norms of legislations, in specific attitudes and behavior of people, and in specific treatment of the judiciary by the power. There is a very old episode, and that's the story when German emperor that had recognized independence of the judiciary, his subjects on the following day ran to him saying that one of his subordinates won the dispute about the ownership to the plot of land in court. So the subjects came to him asking, "What shall we do?" And that great emperor, and that's why he is referred to as the Great, "We will execute the ruling of the court. So we will give that plot of land to the person who the court decides it belonged to." So that's the treatment of, or the attitudes of the power to the judiciary, to the courts, that we've been dreaming of. But that's precisely what expresses the independence of judiciary and the courts. And in order to ensure such a situation, declarations alone are not enough. We should say that our Russian constitution stipulates all necessary attributes that are supposed to turn Russian judiciary into independent, self-sustaining, and that is playing the role of checks and balances to the other two branches of power, since it's precisely what the Constitution reads. And at the same time, the judiciary would also perform its mission to protect human rights from the power. And similar provisions are incorporated into the Russian constitution, since the rights that determine the content of the activities are ensured by the justice. And that's always the main objective of any justice, any judiciary. And that's the set of values that they pursue. It's not always that it's the application of law that's the main task of the judiciary. It's not just the courts are just playing the role of an intermediary between legislators and the executive branch. But for the judiciary, it's very important to proceed from its most important set of values. It's not ensure the dictatorship of law or the rule of law, but it's supposed to ensure the rights and freedoms of the people. And the division of powers is based on that idea. It's not the division of labor into physical or intellectual labor. It's, the division of branches of power is proclaimed so that it's supported by the rest of the activities, and so that the legislative and executive branches of power are constrained through the judiciary. The Russian constitution recorded a very high status of Russian judges. She included such principles as independence, continuity, invincibility, but the legislations that specify constitutional norms a long time ago began containing such provisions that set barriers to courts to implement that their constitutional status. And it didn't happen yesterday. I think from the very moment when the Russian constitution came into force in 1993, there were attempts and steps made to let legislators depart from the constitutional principles. Just a few examples. For instance, a Russian judge who was supposed to stay in his position so that cannot be changed or replaced till the retirement age. That judge all of a sudden found himself in the position of a bureaucrat who is employed in court for some time only. First the term was 5 years, then the term was even further reduced to 3 years, so that the executive power could see if that judge would fit us or not. So judges were not appointed for life, no matter how hard the Constitutional Court tried to change the situation. We provided all the arguments that that would not do. And if that judge has the person in that position does not violate the code of conduct, then there's no pretext to replace such judges. But it so happened that the initial term for a judge in the position was only 3 years, and we sometimes say that judges, they are all powerful, they can do everything, and that judges are out of control. But that's a totally wrong picture. I can assure you that a judge has fewer rights to defend themselves than any other citizens has. And I think it's only appropriate if a judge can protect himself in court, but that right is not entitled to them. And the judge can appeal only to the bodies of judiciary community, and that judicial community is another invention, in quotation marks, that was distorted in the times when the judiciary was taking shape, because the judicial community made up of 2/3 of judges, but according to international standards, those communities are to be made up of by judges only by half. But the judicial communities are manned and organized in such a way that they fully depend on judicial bureaucracy. They are set up at some judicial level and the subject of federation in the regions, and courts pay for the expenses of those judicial communities, and members of those communities who are not judges but are appointed from elected from public, they are paid for their work. Even all the office utensils are paid for and provided by higher courts, and it's not appropriate, since chief justices of those courts are the main initiators they file cases against those judges who do not satisfy the requirements of some higher bodies and agencies, not because they make bad rulings, wrong rulings, but because of a judge being in opposition to some judicial act that judge cannot agree to, and which the judge believes is contrary to the laws and the Constitution. And the judicial community says, well, it's not politically correct, and by saying so, you undermine the competence and authority of the judiciary. Please leave your position. Well, some measures of defense and protections can be taken, but in our case, we ruined even those means of protection that we had invented and believed it was our achievement. Recently, the disciplinary body was established, and it was a very important step, and it became part of the judiciary. So a judge, which his colleagues believe is not trustworthy and is to be fired, that judge can appeal to that disciplinary body so that his dispute can be appealed. And I would say that in half of the cases that the disciplinary body considered, they satisfied the appeals of those judges. But this particular body is now also shut down, and it's withdrawn, and judges can appeal only to the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation by the disciplinary board. And it does not make protection guarantees enhanced for a particular judge. And steps to diminish judicial status were taken throughout the history and existence of the Constitution of the Russian Federation that had proclaimed that high status of a judge, of judiciary. They affected various aspects of the judiciary. At some point, a law of the Russian Federation was passed saying that judges that had been appointed for life before, so before death or before retirement age, so it read that the retirement age is to be fixed as 65 years. That law was reviewed even by the Commission of Venice, and it was said that that provision was correct, and 65 years is the reasonable age, but that Venice Commission didn't receive all the documents that were generated while the draft law was being passed. And in some of the documents, some provisions read that the rules would apply not in the future, not to the judges that would be appointed till the retirement age of 65. But those rules would apply to all acting judges who enjoyed their status earlier on entirely different grounds. So it was the first round of cleansing of purges in the judiciary system. Just 5 years later, legislators, having removed all those who they didn't want to see in the judiciary system, increased the retirement age again. They said 65 years is not reasonable. They can stay in their positions till the age of 70. So we can see that the trend is such that it is the power that can determine the status of judges and introduce any amendments they like, even and it would apply to those judges who are still in office, whose term has not expired. Similar rules appeared later, and lawyers refer to that as the law of a single judge. We have plenty of such laws in the judiciary that fall under the category. And it all began when the authority of the constitutional judges were made indefinite, but only for 5 years. It was in effect for 5 years only, and then that law was abolished. It read in new version that it would be indefinite, the terms would be indefinite only for those judges who reached the age of 70 only during their term. So that was the law, and that was entitled and called the law of a single the judge of a single law. And then similar rules were drafted when legislators, as I stress, legislators, that the retirement age would not apply to such persons as the president of the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation, but sometime later another law was passed when the retirement age wouldn't apply to the president of the Supreme Court, and all thought that why it didn't apply to the other higher court, what was the Russian high arbitrage or the commercial court. But soon it became clear that the explanation lied in the subsequent legislations which abolished the high commercial court in the Russian Federation. Perhaps it wouldn't have been that terrible, but further on, another important norm was recalled, and that's the succession of the presidents of courts or chief justices in all other courts of the country. So some of the rules read that chief justices can be appointed to their positions in succession, but not more than for 2 times. But this norm was also withdrawn later on, and chief justices can be appointed for their position in succession, but not more than 2 times was deleted from the provision. So now we have the Chief Justice of the High Moscow Court, and that Chief Justice will stay in that position forever, because really we cannot see how people can be changed there. But what is the most critical, earlier we had the situation then the chief justices were appointed forever and for life. And some arguments read that it would be just the slavery for the entire life. So they would have to stay, all other judges will have to stay under the authority of a single judge. But it so happened that having departed from the previous stand, we have introduced even the worst norm. There is no position of the Chief Justice for life, but now the fate and the destiny of that Chief Justice is decided every 5 years by those who appoint the Chief Justice. And you can understand what impact it has. So that is the picture that made the situation quite vague. It eroded, actually, the exact status of judges, and the situation continues. That special status in the judiciary that our people sometimes refer to as ability to do whatever judges like.
This is indeed has been upheld by the Constitutional Court, whereby this is not a personal privilege of the judge, but the privilege of the citizens, who, in the first place, need an independent judiciary. Because if the judge is not independent himself or herself, how can he possibly uphold the rights and the freedoms of the citizens, in spite of the representatives of the executive? Or, for that matter, the representatives of such a clan, to use the word, an illegal or an anti-legal clan, which is resorting to corruption. However, the judge is not immune to any of these dangers, and I believe that to everybody's chagrin, the judiciary system had a decisive blow when the Russian Federation adopted a law which which was entered into force last year, whereby the amendments to the Constitution, whereby a new judicial organ or body sprang up. And we're not talking about the unification of the Supreme Court. The unification of the Supreme Court permits to even single out a positive trend, because the only the Supreme Court and the Constitutional Court being the two Supreme Court bodies. However, there was a good intention, and I think we can't even call it a good intention. This was making the intention to be good, that the law must be applied uniformly, the praxis must be uniform, and uniformity of legal practice is best provided for by one body, just one body, because both the Court of Arbitration and the Supreme Court were considering cases of the same category, and they were viewed in different systems and under the courts of arbitration. In reality, the uniform practice was well introduced by the plenary sessions of each of these courts. If there were some discrepancies or discords between the Court of Arbitration and the Supreme Court. And this law was enacted on the 1st of January of 2011, which allowed to convene the plenary session of the two courts. And to think that so many different cases which were considered by these two courts, one in the field of economic activity, another in the field of all other relations, including the criminal litigation. It would be preposterous to think that these cases can be discussed during the plenary session all the time, but it could have well been imagined for some specific cases. The last thing I would like to say with respect to this whole picture, which I think is quite in harmony with my earlier statement about the destruction of the judiciary system, is the status of the judges in the Supreme Court of Russia. In accordance to this law, a new Supreme Court was created, which by far is not unifying core of the two courts, because not all judges of the Supreme Court of Arbitration and of the Supreme Court entered this new court. The most destructive procedure was the procedure of selection of judges for this new court. This system, which complies with the Constitution, it has been preserved, and the regulating acts continue to work. And this system never allowed for the judge who is and has been appointed by the president, and especially appointed into the Supreme Court by the Council of Federation, could be ever stripped of his authorities without the specific legal grounds as stipulated by the law, which is clearly if the judge has lost the citizenship of the Russian Federation, or got engaged into business and entrepreneurial activities, or if he or she is sick, if he is found missing, is he gone missing, and recognized as such, or else tried and convicted, all these legal grounds quite transparent and understood, then it is quite obvious that such a judge cannot stay in this power. There was one other important peculiarity whereby the judge can be stripped of his authority if he or she have found incompatible with the high status of the court, the high values of the court. And this indeed requirement was indeed used quite arbitrarily. I can quote an example of one judge who was dismissed because at a session of the Council of Judges, of the presiding judges in a region, he criticized the financing of the regional court. So he spoke critically about the procedures of using the finances for supplementary payments to the benefits of the judges, and which is primarily used, and for that he was dismissed. The Constitutional Court upheld his case, but at least there was a way to check for how justified the dismissal of the judge was. Nowadays, with having the same legal grounds, a new and I would say an extraordinary law was adopted. It is called the Law on Special Qualification Collegium of Judges, which was created as a temporary body for 6 months to make an investigation into the all judges of the Supreme Court. And this qualification commission had to make a decision with respect to a federal judge appointed by the Council of Federation if he or she may continue to serve as judge. So this is indeed a blatant violation of the principle of irreplaceability of the judges, which is a total ignorance within negligence towards the status of the judges. More than that, this specialized qualification collegium acquired the right not to recommend those judges which had reached the age of 65, even though the general legislation age for a judge continued to be 70. So, indeed, this is quite an arbitrary thing unless we look at how these norms are truly applied, because we can see how this special collegium or commission was telling every judge that he did not want to keep in service, was explaining to this judge that you're quite good, you have considered and taken all these verdicts, and there are no cancelled verdicts, but he cannot be recommended. Why? The ground is the grounds were not given either in the law or in the documents, and the actual reasoning given by the special services were quite obvious. Now, they were quite different. It would be difficult to enlist these in a coherent text. For instance, a brother, sister, wife, or son or daughter worked at the legal in the judiciary system, in the judicial system, could be in the Far East. This was said as a conflict of interest. What kind of conflict of interest? There are processual rights which, when considering a specific case, and when it is seen that some people, that there may be a conflict of interest, then such a judge is dismissed even without any special collegium. But this processual instrument was not sufficient, so they decided to dismiss the judges if he or she has any relatives working in the judicial system, which I think that this is a discrimination by profession, on the grounds of profession, for either the member of the family or else for the specific judge who is thus dismissed, who could not continue to work in this body. But this is just one case. What about other cases and the attorneys? So, but this ban was never formulated. If he or she has ever changed their name, even in decades ago, this was also given as a ground for the dismissal of the judge. This was also the case. A judge could be dismissed if he or she had relatives engaged with entrepreneurial activities. As a result, we have a Supreme Court which could not be formulated, composed in 6 months. And I can give you some data from the Criminal Court Collegium, which had to have 60 judges. Only 30 have been left, and these 30 positions which are now occupied were not necessarily filled with the previous judges of the Supreme Court. And there were even those judges who had never worked for the legal system before. Those who passed an examination for the first time and gained the right to be nominated for a federal judge. Well, to say that this is the way to provide for the unity of practice would be quite irrelevant. The judges are in such a position when no word can be pronounced by them without censorship, either on behalf of their own internal censor, and the main task here, the main task, which is that the court is a body to uphold the rights, and the main idea for any judge who wants to keep his office is something quite different: the fear for his or her seat. Thank you. Colleagues, Boris Grazowski has long wished to ask a question. Thank you very much. Thank you for a brilliant presentation. Two questions, and I apologize if I may not be quite versed in the reform of the legal system. But my question is that why is it that the legal reform was only initiated on the eve of the year 2000? Why is it that there were no serious attempts to undertake the legal reform in the 1990s? Even though there were some jurists in the government of Mr. Gaidar and Mr. Yeltsin's staff. And my second question is that it is well understood that things related to the rights of the judges, the interests of the judges' corps, this is quite important. But do you not believe that the judiciary is a bit too preoccupied with the defense of their rights, and in doing so ignored many valid or valuable reforms? And in this way, it becomes a situation when it is difficult to reform the judiciary from the outside, and it is very difficult to be reformed on the inside. As an illustration, it is clear that the judges were very concerned about the replacement by Mr. Yakovlev with Mr. Ivanov, and it turned out that he did quite a few good things. No, thank you very much for good questions. Let me be concise. It is not true that there were no attempts to initiate legal reforms in the 1990s. It was exactly in the 1990s when everything was done for the judicial reform, which was indeed reflected in the Constitution of 1993, a constitution which would not have had the formulations of the court as an autonomous organization. This reform started on the basis of the Supreme Council of the Russian Federation, and under the government of Mr. Gaidar, for the first time, the reform was approved and the concept of the legal reform was first introduced. And the judges at that time were quite happy to move in with these reforms. I remember a judge in Germany, one of the lower circuit judges, once told me that she was satisfied with what she does by in the following words: "I'm truly independent." And the Russian judges were indeed elated to have this independence. They were happy not to have to take the cases for the consideration by the party bodies, and the same pertained to the voting when only one candidate was nominated, and every 4 years, every 5 years, the judge could not feel himself or herself independent. So these things were removed thanks to the reform of 1993. Some fundamental laws, including the law on the status of the judges, were adopted in 1996. The law, the federal constitutional law on the system, which was a good law. The main tribute to this law was that in accordance with which the judiciary power and the power of courts in Russia was to provide a single standard of justice. And this was all of these laws were adopted throughout the 1990s. And at the very same time, the jury was first introduced, first in 10 regions, and then the number of the regions started to grow. And it is good that you've mentioned Mr. Kozak, because starting from the year 2000, a counter-reform started. And this counter-reform was indeed started by the government. And what we're seeing today is called the true economic reforms, whereas the 1990s were viewed as the calamity for the Russian economy, even though the economists can say that the Russian economy was on the brink of collapse. And it was the government of that day that provided for Russia, and all of this has been well forgotten. And clearly, this has been dictated by the political interest. And now, with respect to upholding the rights of the judges. You know, when this was indeed one of the intents of the judges, in the first years, there were no attempts to prosecute the judges. I had the honor to teach for the qualification commissions. I have to tell you that I spend a lot of time trying to explain to these qualification commissions is to see if the actual litigation against a judge was it not dictated to take a revenge on the particular judge, or else to exert pressure on him. This, of course, was the judges were never defended, and the judges were indeed responsible for making the conclusions about the validity of such claims. And I have to tell you that there are several factors. The Supreme Court, when the Russian Constitution was adopted, when the law on the legal system was adopted, the legal initiative was preserved. And it was said that that the legislative initiatives are directed at regulating the procedures, but the laws were actually adopted by the parliament. It was quite difficult for the parliament to work because there are not many lawyers or barristers in the Russian parliament, and this is not good because I always thought that the Supreme Court must not have a legislative initiative. Excuse me, a legislative power. It may have a legislative initiative, but not legislative power. I think that the court system can be reformed on the inside, but when I'm asked what needs to be done to conduct such reforms, and in the context of democratic reforms, the only important thing is for the government to follow the reforms. But the government hasn't and doesn't do that. And it appears that it is very difficult to change oneself on the inside. But of course, there are some cases that the legislator may introduce. And this procedure is the procedure for electing the presiding judge. That person who is the chairman of a court must not be dependent on anybody on the outside. Such a person must be elected by the judges themselves. And I think that Veniamin Yakovlev would not have left, even though I think that he might have left for age reasons. I have to tell you that when somebody is dismissed because of pension age, this is also a pity because Mr. Yakovlev was indeed the person who created the courts of arbitration in the new Russia. And indeed, in the Soviet times, the Supreme Council or any other legislative body could well be considering the economic cases, considering, for instance, the relations between the Izvestia newspaper and the government. Before the Constitution of 1993, we lived with such a division of powers. We will continue. Thank you very much. Anton Petrov from St. Petersburg. Thank you, Tamara Georgievna. I'm a lawyer, and we have heard that the main criterion for selecting the judges was the availability of an residence in Moscow. Do you not think that the problem is a lot wider than just the status of the judges? And many young lawyers, young jurists feel that the crisis is quite comprehensive. It deals with the matters of reputation, with the theory of law, with the Institute of Attorneys, the barristers, and it appears that the Western law firms which had existed and worked in Russia exactly because they were not contingent on the court trials here, and they may well leave Russia. Who knows about that? Do you not think that the situation may even be deeper, which is that the peculiarities of the Russian law as received from Germany and allowing for such a phenomenal freedom for every subject of this system, and that this may not serve as a basis for the independent judiciary, and that even in Germany this system had changed long from, and we are still following the example of the 19th century Germany.
I would agree with what you have said about the last point. It is not that we have a German system, they have our system, because our charters approved by the Nicholas II was the foundation of the criminal law and the court activity which operate in Germany now, and there are certain changes, no doubt, but in Germany they didn't bring such serious consequences as in our country. This system didn't remain the same. The system introduced by Alexander II was our own system, not American, neither American nor English nor German. It was our own system, and it did not retain itself, although it was built by wonderful lawyers, and it operated well. But at that time, the country also achieved the state when counter reforms were nearby. Thanks that you also presented the point of view which I have been expressing for many years, meaning that in Russia we face the phenomenon which may be called crisis of the law. It is true about the legal profession, it is true about legal science, and it is true about legislation in general. In all these areas, this thesis is true. By the way, we also have a crisis of legal education, meaning that recipients are our citizens, so their legal conscience is distorted because they are told that they have legal nihilism. Actually, the authorities have legal nihilism, and people just adjust themselves. Instead of using their right, they know that they have to pay for it. That's it. Of course, it is total disrespect towards law, and that's why this crisis makes the legal profession. Actually, I like this profession very much, but this profession becomes such that a lawyer in modern Russia constantly should think about how he may continue to be a lawyer. I know many lawyers who left the Bar Association. I know that there is a new law being discussed about legal profession, about lawyers, the law which is not actually presented to the professional legal community, neither to the society in general, and the point is to turn advocates into the commercial institution as distinct from principles which base the legal activity now, meaning that the legal activity is not to attract money, and so advocate structures will be commercial, and they'll have to pay taxes. So this is a legal entrepreneurial activity with a legal tax-paying system, with a lenient tax-paying system. There is a Maastrichtian law about introduction of the principle of objective truth in criminal law, meaning that the truth at any rate should be reached by everybody, including court, meaning you have to reach a confession. The court will be looking for evidence which is out of line with everything which you have accumulated in a positive way. If you remember Yuri Dombrovsky, there was a faculty of wasteful things. Wasteful. See, you don't need it any longer. So I am totally in agreement with you. This crisis does exist. Stanislav Avramenko, Rostov. Stanislav Stansky, school graduate of 2012. Dear Tamara Georgievna, I would talk about Constitutional Court. In our case, on the condition of authoritarian political regime, it is more or less clear. And you can consider the role of the Constitutional Court separated from the general context of disruption of the court system. It's rather of theoretical nature, I mean, my question. Constitutional Court thinks that it has no right to consider constitutional amendments. But in the Constitution it says that no Constitution stipulations, okay, so let us imagine that the constitutional amendment is more and more sinister in the area of supremacy of law. Now let us consider the extreme case when a constitutional amendment stipulates that the Russian president is elected for life. This is out of line with the Republican form of government. So what shall we do with this blind alley? People have the right to expect fair legal protection and legal laws. And this is a very professional question, and I respect Stanislav, and I know his studies about constitutional law. The question is quite right, and you have described its solution. It should protect the Constitution. That's what the constitutional law is about. The text contains several decisive items for this protection to be real and possible, so that the Constitutional Court may counterpose a legislator, including a constitutional legislator. And there is a body of legislators which may introduce amendments to the Constitution. So, the constitutional texts say that nothing in this Constitution may counteract with the stipulation of the first two chapters. And this is number one. The constitutional text says that if anyone wants to change the text of the Constitution in contradiction with these two chapters, you require another procedure to make a constitutional gathering, put in a new draft of the Constitution. But the Constitutional Court, when it checks upon normative acts or when it interprets the Constitution, it says that there should not be any contradiction to all other stipulations of the law. You check. What shall you do? So that's the other items were in keeping with these initial principal items, because you have to interpret other chapters in line with the first two. So there is a federal constitutional law on amendments, and the Constitutional Court may be checked by the Constitutional Court, and such cases took place. And then the competence of the court is to check the content of this law about the constitutional amendment, whether it is in line with the first two articles, and you cannot deny this. For constitutional jurisdiction, it is very important to have one thesis. This jurisdiction itself determines its own competence. Nobody can determine the competence of this jurisdiction. So constitutional courts have a certain function, which is competence by definition of competence. This is the prerogative of the Constitutional Court. Otherwise, it is helpless. And it follows the demands of the dictatorship of the law. So the Constitutional Court limits its competence in many ways, because constitutional judges elect their own leadership every 3 years. In the past, 19 persons, members of the Constitutional Court, received a list of 19 persons and marked their own preferences. Who, to their mind, is better for these positions of the leaders? The 3 candidates were elected who received more votes. On the second stage, out of the 3, they chose 1 who received the majority of votes, 10 votes. And this procedure was considered to be the best out of all procedures of obtaining responsibilities of the Constitutional Court leader all over the world. We want to spread this onto all our courts, but it didn't work. And in the Constitutional Court also it was blocked because the chairman is no longer elected. And now, actually, the chairman is in the lead, and the president may assign him as many times as he wants for 6 years. So if you are independent, I mean not a local judge, but a constitutional judge, who put forward with his own opinion what is the end of this story, he has to resign. Maybe it's not so good for me to talk here in front of people from St. Petersburg, but when Constitutional Court moved to St. Petersburg, it lost its independence completely. Not only external independence, but internal, because all the science in the Constitutional Court turned to be local. And you see who are assigned. All recent assignments are related to well, being from St. Petersburg, or to being from St. Petersburg University, or to other forms of interaction with this legal structure. I'm sorry to say that the public right in St. Petersburg University since long time, since the Soviet time, had one good peculiarity. It was the right, public right, including judicial right, in which chief role was the principle of law. Nobody can explain to me what it really means. If it is just the demand to follow the law, then what is the difference from notion of the norm, which is obligatory for everybody? Even in St. Petersburg advocature, where there are very good advocates, they develop their mutual stand towards how a lawyer should behave during the criminal process when he defends someone who does not say that he is guilty. So they said that a lawyer should secure legality in his legal activity, and if he thinks that the accused is not right in saying that he is not guilty, he cannot support such a position, which kills the profession of advocates. Who needs an advocate who goes to the state court to support the interest of the state law? These are the sources of changes or transformation, not only of a paradigm of the Constitutional Court in Russia, but its legal stand, which is different now, because the Constitutional Court recognized now that it should not that in 2013 it recognized that the court may and should, following its own initiative, demand from the prosecution collecting additional evidence, and prosecutors should give heavier, should present to the accused the heavier crime that he really committed. Artem Tarchinsky, Moscow. Many experts say that all their advices are not for these authorities. Suppose the authorities change, and you need financial independence of court. Yuri Lushkov, for instance, corrupted the Moscow court by giving apartments. What should be done for independence of courts? They fixed a rate in the federal budget or something. Charles de Gaulle once made a reform by substituting all judges for graduates of legal departments. Is there any personnel reserve of this kind? Well, the easy question is financing of courts. Of course, there are different ways for financing, not to give dependency. Financing is done through the budget, and the funds are to be in keeping with the necessity of performing independent justice. That was very good, and judicial budget was not to be sequestered, and Constitutional Court interpreted our act about ratification of the convention, which said that Russia promises to take steps to secure finances of the judicial system. So it was not yet reached, and that is true. But there is another danger here. You may make courts rich, but they will be dependent, and that's what we have now. Judges have big salaries, not at the lower level, not at the level of the first instance, and they cannot earn now. They cannot get high qualification classes or rates, which would give them additional salary. They are limited. They may reach only level 7 in the region, and in the court of the first instance, it is even less. So development is also reverse here, and qualifications are assumed on the basis of big support of the chairman of your court. There are other ways of financing in the world. There are finances that come from the budget, and in Belgium, the head of the Cassation Court sends to the Belgian Parliament a note. Dear Mr. Chairman, I inform you that for the next year, the court and the judicial system, which I head, require financing in this or that amount. And then there is one phrase: I am ready to serve you in case you have any questions to this effect. And the federal budget may have imputed percentage figure, which cannot be changed. For the third year, we approve of the program of the development of the judicial system for a certain period of time. It was 7 years, now it is up to 2020. So the court system, it says, should be given 90 billion rubles. And then there is a list of how it should be spent. Judicial department distributes money, and some specific court may not get anything. Such measures are necessary and required. I forgot the second part of your question. Yeah, personnel resource. And this is an enormous problem, and it was made clear when the new Supreme Court of the Russian Federation was formed. Where can you take these people who may fill all the positions even in the higher court of the Russian Federation? One thing that you look for people who want to work in court when you get a status of an independent judge. And another issue is the second option. And there are not too many people who want to go to this kind of work. In the higher school of economics, there were polls among our students about where they want to work. So in the past, they wanted to work in commercial structures, in advocacy and in courts. Now, they want to work in the state bodies of investigation, the prosecutor's office, in the investigation committee, in the Ministry of the Interior, and so on, because they understand that the status of an official is protected there. And not a single university can prepare so many people. So my question was, do we have a potential of total lustration of current judges? No, the answer is no. It is undermined by the system that's introduced today for higher legal education, which is bachelor's and master's. In case of a judge, you should be at least a master. Have a look at the legal programs and people who study on to get master's degree, and you see how many of them are there. It's minuscule. And our legal education is given to someone who doesn't want to work in the legal profession.
It is not available. This reserve is not available, and it is not being set up. That is what worries me. We couldn't even set up a judicial academy in the way it should have existed as an establishment that trains lawyers to probable accession to be the judge. We don't have what we do have with Judicial Academy. It just helps to upgrade the skills of the judges who have already been appointed judges. When it was set up, it said quite openly in the charter, though it was later deleted, it is set up, amongst other things, for the purpose of training children of the judges. Do you see what I mean? Then they deleted it at the first stage. Well, this is how things stand today about the legal education. So, dear colleagues, the last question. Tamara Georgievna, the question from Parfenov, Novosibirsk region. A number of experts from the judicial system saying that people from the prosecutor's office enjoy appointments to be judges. So to be appointed a judge, this is something they seek. Tell me, please, how relevant the problem is today, and how does it discredit the court and makes it impossible to have a fair and equitable examination of the case later on. It is worse than what you say. We must take a look at what groups are maybe in reserve to be appointed as judges. I mean reserves in the social sense of the word, not in the officialdom sort of perspective. They are quite a few, those people. Few. They're mostly people from the investigation committee, from the prosecutor's office, from the Ministry of the Interior, which is like something like in Russia, and then people who work in the court per se, who might be taking minutes, who might be busy in document over in the archive, may have been assistants or advisors to judges, but who have already accumulated the atmosphere of judicial activity. They have no other standards to guide them in judicial activity other than that. The system of selection of judges, there are sort of two lines in the world, if we look at the global practices, how to select judges. The first is professional selection and appointment, and second is bureaucratic selection appointment. Professional seeks to identify in a candidate his personal capacity, how good he suits the position of a judge. This implies tests and written tests, and whether to see if a person can, say, quickly produce a legal text. as well as drafting verdicts, like in role play, which can be analyzed. So these are objective things. It's not that, look, I'm keen, you're keen, and I like you, or I dislike that person. No, these are objective criteria. This is what we call pure professional selection. For that matter, elements of professional selection are set up, but in purely formal requirements that do not really give us an idea what a person should be like, is that he should have a track record, legal background. For that matter, we need to clarify that it has to be necessarily a master's degree as a sine qua non. And at that, he should have 5 years track record. For that matter, you having a master's degree doesn't bars you from taking the judge's position if you say baccalaureate is not in law. So it's basically destroyed the system of legal education. Where do we draw the personnel? Where do we draw people who can become judges? And as to those who are allowed to go for the professional education abroad to assume a judge's post, so those people who before worked in police, in prosecution, they introduce what they call professional quarantine. Before they assume a judge's position, they should have worked, well, no less than a year or two. It depends upon the legislation on a specific country, somewhere else, which will sort of get them rid of the professional patterns that are already instilled in their mind. And instead of this being prone to accuse rather than to be prone to defend. And it doesn't have to do with judicial things at all. For example, if they examine the cases when the judges will be challenging government sponsor or legislative acts adopted by the government. So the state that has a number of weighty factors that might really crush anybody, this is not something that suits a judge. Another way is to train people specifically to become judges at institutions like Judicial Academy, just say. And this is something that is not being done in this country. Dear colleagues, as a lesson to Tamara Georgievna, I thought, what excellent perestroika we shall have next. How much garbage in terms of legislation, how much fresh air we shall see when all this we will be putting back into order. And as to would-be legislators, I could only envy them. Well, unless they shut down the windows to let in the fresh air, we must hope. I suppose the whole of legislation will have to be rewritten, because the law about the aggressor, you may have heard it in the news. This is remarkable, remarkable. One innovation is better than the next one. I rejoice when I read these papers. Tamara Georgievna is giving us an honor by presenting here every year. She's a remarkable, a very well-versed expert, and we hope that this tradition will carry on. She's a brilliant expert, as we had a chance to. And let us thank our speaker. And I wish to thank you too. We adjourn for a break.
Мне хотелось бы узнать ваше мнение как экс-судьи Конституционного суда по поводу такого понятия, как президентская квота в Совете Федерации. Для чего это?
Это как раз предмет для Конституционного суда. Но я не знаю, станет ли он это рассматривать когда-нибудь. И главное, обратится ли кто-нибудь с таким запросом, потому что долго не могли найти желающих обратиться с запросами о разных
Can we start? So, we see before us our most favorite expert, an author whose publications are tracked intensely by both myself and Yura. We are always keen to know what Andrei will say. It's not the Andrei Kolesnikov who works for Kommersant, a daily Russian national newspaper. He is an observer for other sources. There are Novaya Gazeta, Vedomosti, Gazeta.ru, and some other publications, but I only read those. And then he writes fantastic reviews and books, where, for example, through hockey, through High School of Economics, he tells us how human passions work and institutions because of those passions. And there, an excellent writer is sitting in all beauty. She's sunburned, Masha Traub, who publishes 3 books a year. And for Yura Sinakosov, who reads excerpts from her books, she's one of the most preferred modern writers. I told you about love. In point of fact, I also sincerely urge you to keep an eye on how Andrei is reflecting upon this reality. Andrei Kolesnikov, because on top of what I've already told about his style, there's always a very profound literary, sociological, cultural and cultural-logical background that he has. And this knowledge and capacity to master this knowledge helped his texts become, how shall I put it, observer-like, sort of, not only give us some information, but also give us a review. And since they are the journalists who are recording history, this is, we see before us, the first chronicler of what is going on with us right now. Thank you, Andrei. Well, I want to thank you. Then I will, like in the past, the researchers started their dissertations with a quotation from classicists, meaning Marxism, Leninism. Here, I will start with my presentation with a quotation by quoting Elena Nemirovskaya, who last year said she was ready to discuss the heat, but in the same passionate manner she discusses Soviet rule. So we now will discuss Soviet rule. Andrei, not everybody is keen to discuss in the heat. Elena and I, we cannot tolerate the heat. That's why we prefer democracy of the Nordic type. Well, my presentation, I would want to begin it with sociological data, the most recent data, which say that there is a certain mix-up in the heads of our compatriots. On the face of it, these data are controversial. The most recent survey by Levada Center about who downed the plane, the Malaysian Airlines plane, somewhere 82%. 82% tend to think that they were the Ukrainians who downed the Boeing, that it could be the rebels who downed the plane in the southeast of Ukraine. Only 3% believe that. Well, you see the difference, the gap is huge. People do not want to believe in something bad, that it could be done by Russian people or people who are proponents, champions of Russia. At that, as the most recent survey also done in July, 60% of the again public surveyed is for normalizing relations with the West. At that, very high figures, you must probably kept an eye on this. In spring and in June, very high figures for those who were all in for military intervention of Russia into the conflict in the Ukraine. Nowadays, out of 45 to 61%, this is the number of adversaries who are against military intervention. But the figures are still very high. Those who now, it used to be 30%, now it's slightly less, but still there are plenty, abnormally high figures. Well, like one of how could in one post-Soviet Russian could fit into the same sort of mentality, this inclination to bring the troops someplace like it was done in the past, the predecessors of today's government in August 1968 in Czechoslovakia, or in Hungary and Poland. And why on the other side? Why does the degree of hysteria, nationalistic hysteria, go declining slightly? Why do people still think that you need to cooperate with the West? This is the main enigma of the Russian soul. How could it fit into the same mind? I'm speaking about the soul, not about the mind. Because if somebody thought rationally to combine it all into one, in one mind, it's impossible, as well as the sacred belief that this plane could not be downed by rebels or by somebody with the assistance of Russia. In point of fact, what happened with the Russian nationalism, which became something that brought people together, this is where the horror of this new Russian nationalism lies, as I put it. It's justification of war. War, at a certain time now, to a slightly less degree, the degree is falling, of tension is falling. The war became something fashionable, something to show off, something attractive, a victorious war. All these epithets, yes, and easy. It has to be an easy, light. We easily took over Crimea without shooting one single shot. That's why the war seems to have something very attractive to us. I mean, not us present here. I mean, we have more than ethnic Russians here, but I mean, these mass figures that are returned by sociological surveys. And justification of a war, readiness to play the war, to somewhat shoot a bit, to feel the shoulder of your comrade in arms. And this is the most horrible thing that has happened during the post-Soviet time with our people. There is a certain devilish symbolism about it happening in 2014, 100-year anniversary of First World War. At the same time, they also experienced the so-called, in quotation marks, patriotic rise and unfounded altogether. This situation brought about the new type. This type has existed before, but nowadays they've never played such an important role in politics, in social life, and so on. This is the type we could decided people wearing sports suits, people who are watching television, talk with this television set, and have appointed themselves as generals of these combat activities as they're watching television and pressing buttons on their remote control as if it were a trigger. I don't really watch television, but I understand the might of today's propaganda and the way it impacts the mentality, and sociology stands to prove that it really is the case. And this type of personality, somebody who's wearing their sports suit, this is somebody who are dominating. As a rule, this person remains what we call a virtual fighter, a virtual combatant. The best weapon he has ever held in his arms was a computer mouse. Because well, we know that it's not something innocent, innocuous. We cannot say there is a party of computer against the party that is watching television. They are all in for the motherland, almost for Stalin. But this is a virtual war, and there is a real war. Sometimes these people in small numbers, statistically it's very hard to measure, but sometimes they go out for real war. Very much like volunteers went to fight to Serbia. Very much nowadays, some people do go to war in the southeast of Ukraine because they feel that nowadays it's both fashionable and available and even approved, more than approved by others, which is also very bad. Those who are watching television, they understand that this war bell is tolling for them too, and it can also hit them like a boomerang. You remember the novel of Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. They've never read it, they've only known the fifth column, that this is the play by Hemingway that gave rise to this phrase, the fifth column. This is also, these people, they in part make up the social basis for today's social regime of today's leader the country has. And it turns out that Putin, having supported the rebels in the southeast, he becomes a hostage. In today's situation, he cannot make a U-turn and stop supporting them because their offended weapons can turn against him in theory. Although again, I do not tend to think that this will happen in the literal sense of the word. This person of a new type evolved in real combat that is going on in southeast Ukraine. There are, in political science, special terms that describe what is going on there. It's called hybrid war, when the policy of great powers and even the world order are determined by some people who turn out there by chance, people who don't have even not known by their names, so know their nicknames like Bye-Bye. Well, the world order now appointed him like former Chief Makhno, who are all of a sudden armed with machine guns, God knows where the automatic rifles, nobody knows where they came from. The horror of hybrid war is that there are no sides that fight each other. There is no such thing. Officially, Russia cannot control, Russia cannot control those who are fighting like partisans in this hybrid war. Russia certainly would want to control them. They're sort of champions in the southeast of Ukraine, but it doesn't work this way. For this reason, Crimea belongs to us, and southeast of Ukraine is not needed to anybody in today's establishment, because we won't be able to govern it. Neither economy nor social sphere, let alone that we shall be, then they will have to exterminate those partisans who had ostensibly fought on our side to somehow put some order in place. This is where the difficulty of this hybrid war and these hybrid people who evolved in this war. I mentioned the social basis that supports President Putin, that certainly has grown because of a certain patriotic consolidation or quasi-patriotic consolidation of the nation, but the social basis, as probably is thought from the top, it's governable, it's manageable. You can control it. In point of fact, this social basis also can go for a protest, but it not be the protest in Bolotny, it will be protests like we saw, like pogroms in Birylova. People who protest like in Birylova, spiritually and ideologically, they're close to today's government. A government would like to have them as basis and lean against them, but in principle, today's government think that they can rule them, which may turn out to be a mistake. Maybe yes, maybe no, but it seems to me that Birylova protest is much more dangerous than Bolotnaya Square protest for today's government. Actually, this is what makes the situation explosive, although not anybody among sociologists, political scientists, or social science specialists can measure exactly the amount of this fascist-prone mass that can even turn against Putin. Yesterday I was on air in Radio Svoboda, and former intelligence officer Viktor Suvorov, who defected and who stayed in the West and is still hiding himself from revenge. And he says that this mass of people who take part in this Southeast in hybrid war, they can become the detonators of all Russian times of trouble. Where do all these people go after the war ends? What will they do? They become a match that will try to light our Russia up from all sides. I do not believe. I suppose they will dilute themselves somewhere in the space, illegal fields, so nobody will legalize them for good reason. And my suggestion by colleague Suvorov, that seemed pretty interesting to me. Another important plot that I wish to discuss with you in today's context is, why is it that so many people, and it is an important question, consolidated against the patriotic idea, against the carrier of this idea, our leader, against the idea of Crimea, and so on and so forth? Why are they so plentiful? I have a hypothesis. Again, I don't claim that this is a true hypothesis. What it's all about is that there's protest in Bolotnaya, which was pretty much mass because of a very knowledgeable opposition. First they took a pause and then they tightened the screws and closed it down. There's protest. Disappointed strongly those who might sympathize with it. You know, sociological figures at the lowest. This is the lowest figure in the recent years. This is where other figures of those who support and ready to protest for the economic and social rights. There was a special survey, and those who are ready to protest because of the infringement on political rights. The lowest figures in many years, as don't believe in efficacy, and the people get tired of protests. This leads to what is known as Stockholm syndrome. People begin to justify the government, and they were given the reason to justify something, an idea that would consolidate them. A totally different story where it is the Crimea that became the consolidating idea. I have my own version that might explain it. Probably it's from the sphere of political historical psychology. I think that for Russians, the Crimea is a special ideology, a special plot, a special story, inner agreement with that Crimea is ours, is deeply instilled in Russians, although few are the people who think that Putin has not violated international law. People mostly think that he did, but in principle they think that this violation is quite okay. It's morally, politically admissible, because we must restore historical justice. And this Stockholm syndrome that goes hand in hand with these very specific ideas that Russians entertain about the Crimean idea that are deeply embedded in history. It is the Taurida project by Catherine the Great. So this idea that the Crimea is our internal Russian domestic paradise, it works. Ideas that, it turns out, survive longer than we think. They go back to many, many years back in history. There's another reason why this consolidation took place. It has a more understandable economic reason. Russia is now a country among those countries with mid-income. It's clear that it's oil rent, it's clear that the market situation and oil prices are good. The market economy works to this to some extent. There is a syndrome in economic psychology that, well, it's more. We would be okay with what things are today. We don't want them to get worse.
Let it be like it is now, and it's all related to the current leadership and the name of the leader, ultimate leader. And in a sense, in metaphoric terms. All the people can be referred to as the party of rentals. It's much broader than the United Russia and the party of power. One may argue that it's oligarchs who receive rentals and oligarchs and close inner circle of Putin, but there is such a notion as infiltration of the rent. Despite its unjust distribution, still some of the rent is spent for social needs, and partially it gets into the budget as revenues and then distributed among low-income people. And anyway, to serve one oligarch, multiple servants, doctors, teachers, tennis coaches and instructors are required. So those rentals go down, and from one oligarch, those rentals are distributed throughout the other strata of the population, and that's what we refer to as rent infiltration. No one is going to give up that rent, and perhaps it's quite a customary observation, but until oil and gas prices drop, the party of power will still be a rock, a solid rock. But patriotism that may seed some doubts among those people, reasonable enough. And besides economic factors, and in a country with mid-economic level, the share of middle class is quite considerable. We have some estimates, but they are quite tentative. So even if there is 20 or 25 or 30% of the middle class in the country, numbers are quite high, and those people cannot live for a long time feeling themselves in a sieged fortress. There is no piece of ideology which justifies in the eyes of the middle class the fact that right now, when we lost all those preferences from international trade and lending, we will have to get down to business. We will straighten up the economy. We will start working hard, raise labor productivity. But that's rubbish from my perspective. I cannot discuss it even seriously, but that's the new ideological pattern that is really entertained by some high-ranking people. And it's also covered in the press. I read an article by a very serious reporter, Mr. Karshen, about that, but I disagree with that. So if you take away from the middle class something, and if you take away the opportunity to pay their bills with Visa or MasterCards, it's terrible. It will be a disaster. And if you shut down the SWIFT money transfers, let's see how patriotic those people are or will be. So that's the reason the government is doing its utmost to maintain current payment system and maintain the opportunity to operate current credit cards and other means. And that's why that kind of patriotism is a little bit rotten, and that may lead to the fact that the degree of that patriotism will go down. There are some other people who also support leaderships and bosses. That's what we call elite or elites. We believe that prior to the Crimea they were in a split, and they merged after the Crimea, since things changed. And if you tried to split something else after the Crimea, you would be very severely punished and defeated. But there is one irreversible thing that has happened, and that is the international reputation of Mr. Putin, who is absolutely ruined. So that person has ceased to exist for Euro-Atlantic community, and which is not the case with Asia and Latin America. He was well received in Brazil, in Argentina, which, by the way, has gone bankrupt and announced a default today or yesterday. So that reputation is ruined, and that may be quite a serious impact on the moods of the elite that is well integrated into the Western world in every aspect. And the elite is pro-Western in their habits, in their mentality. And but they are forced to be patriotic at the time, not to lose their positions in the country. And that elite can be very much displeased with Mr. Putin and start splitting and looking for an alternative for him. And still, that patriotism that is being imposed on the people is very specific. It's kind of a look at the outer world through the lenses of the well, not marginal part of the population. It's quite big, but I would refer to them as ultra-nationalistic. And you cannot look for a long time at this world through those lenses for a long time. Newsweek magazines published an article about Mr. Putin's date based on the interviews with insiders, and it reads that Putin starts his day with 3 files from FSB, FSO, which is the federal security system, and the other security agency. And that brings me to the end of my introduction and presentation. Dear colleagues, it's time for comments, remarks. We started a little bit later, so we will finish also later. So please, your question. High School of Economics. I'm Yamalchikov Nikolai from the Tumen region. At the end of your speech, you said that the modes of the elites could change and split appear. But let's think of 5 or 10 years ago. Was it a monolith? Personally, I don't think so. And research shows that it's not a monolith, it's not solid, and we can see split in business elite and political elite and others. Could you comment on that? You are quite right. And, the split of elites took place before. Perhaps it was not visible from outside, since those people realized that any manifestations of the split could result in imprisonment for them, like it had happened with Mr. Khodorkovsky. There was a split, and there is a split, but now it's even more latent, since to oppose the power openly is the same as to sign your death penalty or your imprisonment sentence. And we can see that. Well, when was it when did the Federation Council approve of the right or the authority for Mr. Putin to bring troops to eastern Ukraine? Nobody voted against. Nobody opposed to that move from political or financial elites. They realized that the door had been shut down, and if you say something in opposition, you would be behind that door, and they are not prepared for that. And then came the Crimea, and it raised the patriotic wave very high. And you cannot oppose a wave, a tsunami, and only a crazy person can dare doing that. It's much better to drift along with the wave. So we saw no resignation of a single minister, even those who practice liberal practices and liberal by convictions, even Democrats, not a single word against. The only thing that what they are doing, and they try to mitigate the major risks of those sanctions, and I would like to thank them for that, because it's, you know, to stay with the elite now, even in customary terms, and if you are there, it's hard to give up your status. And split, if it exists, it is going on in very latent forms. We saw some rumors that some of the elite supported Navalny, but following September elections of the last year, and Navalny was finally pressured and was forced out of politics, those rumors stopped, and conspiracies stopped, and attempts to find an alternative person to Putin were also stopped. And that's the right thing to do right now. But I agree with you that there is a split. Alexander, please. Something of the statehood like. You know, I'm always in favor. Two brief questions. Chernov Alexander from Bryansk. Do you like to go to the Crimea? We made a note of that. Your second question. It's about Mr. Putin. Do you think he wants to restore his image on the international arena? And if he does, in what way he can do that? Speaking of the Crimea. I'm fond of the Crimea. I've been always fond of Crimea, but I haven't been there for a long time because infrastructure, good infrastructure, resort infrastructure is not there, and for the same money, with the same climate, you can get better services in other countries. And I know a lot of my colleagues who think the same, and now we think that we cannot go to the Crimea because it was annexed by the Russian power. I don't think I'm closing my way to the Crimea. I can go there, but that annexation from the standpoint of the international law, no matter what Minister Lavrov says, is a fact. When it was Ukrainian, I could go there. Perhaps I can go there now and revisit my favorite places there. As for the restoration of image of Mr. Putin in the West, I don't think it is possible. I'm not Putin or his press secretary Peskov, so I cannot say if he realizes that or not. But I think that Putin and Inner Circle, they lean to Asian countries, seeking at least moral support. And it's also true about their attitudes towards the BRICS countries. Some international recognition is really needed because even if the economy is based on state-run efforts and oligarchs, but it was supported not only by domestic lending, but international lending as well. We had international financiers in the country, and they are still here so far. I think that both the elite and Mr. Putin realize that it's bad. But I don't think that it will be possible to restore his image in the Euro-Atlantic community. Just look at the cover stories of the media following the crash of the Malaysian Boeing. Edward, your question, please. Thank you. I'm Edward Amerov from Bashkortostan Republic. So my question, Andrei, is as follows. One of the Ukrainian public figures, perhaps even a politician, who is Edward Khodas, in one of his speeches described bankruptcy of national elites. And I think he said that it was happening because there is a global plan when everybody would be subordinated to the global center. So if there is a plan, reasons can be various and multiple, bad president, gas prices. So what do you think of that? If you mean that secret world government, I don't think they have a plan to destroy Russian elite. Perhaps they want to remove Mr. Putin. But it's also the desire of the national elite. They also want the system to change. And perhaps the national elite is even prepared to establish true democracy, not the simulation of democracy. But the Russian national elite killed itself because it's fully supported that patriotic uprise and said a single word in opposition. If it doesn't dare saying those things in public, then it means that there is no elite and they have lost all their authority. So they are really bankrupt, and I agree with you. And under pressure from bottom, from the side, or from the top, I don't know when, but as we move to 2017 and 2018, if something changes really, that elite will immediately change up their image and say it has always been democratic. And so that just to retain their states and positions, and we're going to see and hear that. And the elite perhaps will try to find some role for them and appoint an interim or transitional prime minister. Suarez played that role after Franco, but the elite is bankrupt, and it's hard to say exactly what it will be like in several years. I'm Ivan Vlasov from Kaliningrad. You said that for the authorities, the protest in Byrilova is much more dangerous than the rally in Bolotnaya Square. But should another Bolotnaya unrest happens, then Putin can be replaced by some even more vicious force. And the result you can about results you can read in Mr. Sorokin's books. Do you think that a scenario is possible? It's an old Russian, pattern, ideological pattern. It's been known since 1960s when Mr. Gershenson wrote that the power with bayonets were defending intelligentsia from the people's hatred. But that's a hard question again, because in sociological terms it cannot be measured. In the liberal camp, there was an idea, supported by many, that Putin existed so that the middle class and liberal community could be protected and defended by him from the crazy marginal people. And in 1996, when Yeltsin won his second term, great efforts were made in order to bring him to, or rather to maintain him in power. But if he had established some kind of a totalitarian regime, I don't know what could happen. And the appointment of the Primakov government in 1998 And because they were communists, in fact, but Yeltsin was afraid that the country would be destroyed, and he appointed them. But the Primakov's government turned out to be most democratic and liberal. It was the most liberal period in the economy of the country. So again, it means that it's hard to say, hard to make a judgment. And I think that the craziness of the people, of some people, is overestimated and overemphasized. Russian people do not differ much from other peoples, and there are fundamentals, there are extreme right or left. And just look at the level of anti-Semitism in France now because of the Palestinian crisis. And Greece, there is the party, the fascist party, the Golden Dawn, and they also have representations in the parliament. And Russia doesn't differ much from those countries. There could be some historical reasons for nationalism to rise. Could be common reasons, migrations, and that strengthening nationalist feelings. And I think that should free elections happen, we'll see that nationalists are not many, ultra-nationalists are not many, and they are not that dangerous force as they are portrayed. Alexander Shmilov, please. I'm Alexander Shmilov from Moscow. I feel awkward, but I talked to another expert, Boris Grozovsky, and thought it was worth telling about some aspects and think that when you started propaganda, you are succumbed to things that are being imposed on us. Just 3 points. You said that Russian power is not in control in autonomous republics, but I don't think that it's really the case. There are presidential agents who really closely in close control. Well, the parallel between Berilova protest and Bolotnaya rally, I think it's also been imposed. And even if you look at the Berilova protest and protests in the town of Pugachev, and if you compare them with riots in Paris and London you mentioned, you can see that in our case those protests were quite peaceful. In London and Paris we saw a lot of burned cars, looted stores, and so on and so forth. I don't think that the power is afraid of some individual protests. It is afraid of the fact that sometimes those protests can merge, can be combined, and the Ukrainian events only strengthened their conviction. My third point concerns the public polls, opinion polls. Just imagine that we do not know how many Russian people support the acquisition of the Crimea. I think that the rhetoric of the people would be quite different. The opponents to the acquisition would feel free to speak about that because they wouldn't think themselves a minority. Those who are supporting the acquisition wouldn't be that proactive and aggressive. And undecided would just say that they do not know, they are undecided. And it's a sociological fact that if you are told that 85% of your compatriots support one or another position and you have no position at all, you will most likely join those 85%. And when most of the media are subordinated to one leader, I think the numbers of such polls are also manipulated and rigged. Thank you. I could both agree and disagree with every statement you made. As for the control over the eastern Ukraine, southeastern Ukraine, we all do not know the state of things there. Perhaps it's Mr. Putin who is aware, but again, he is informed by security services. And certainly there are attempts to have some control over the situation there. Otherwise, Mr. Baradai and Mr. Borodin would not be there. But they are mostly PR experts, public relation experts, and not managers. So I think that is why it's an illusion of control, not real control. And those people who are in the field, who are field fighters, they do not report to anybody. And that's precisely why I believe that the degree of that control by Russia over those people are overestimated. It's like in any guerrilla war. In the longest Vietnamese war, we saw various degrees of the American control, so their puppet regime in South Vietnam, although I'm sure that they had more instruments to have control over them. As for the conflicts in Berylova and Rally in Bolotny, well, I mostly agree with you. I don't think that protest in Berylova was massive, and it was a local protest. It didn't spill over geographical boundaries of Moscow, just one neighborhood in Moscow, and it couldn't spill over to the territory of Russia. And in large cities, people have special mentality, and so people are not tempted to support such things, and they need stability and not riots. And when you say that Bolotny rally could be, when I said that Bolotny rally was quite safe for Mr. Putin, and you see, I know that if in 2011, 2012, President Putin had been persuaded to have a roundtable talks with the opposition, he could have legitimized his power much better. Certainly, it posed a lot of threats and risks to him. But anyway, if he had to leave, he would be going out with clear conscience. And again, speaking of public polls, I agree that's an instrument to manipulate the people. And I watch television not often. I don't know if that coverage was on air, but I don't think that they mean much in terms of propaganda, because it's very few people who watch those opinion polls. And I referred to Levada Center figures and numbers, who are known in this country as foreign agents, and VCIOM, that's governmental statistic agency, and I disregard their results. And so in this case, I don't think that it was really propaganda. And I really trust the performance of the Levada Center colleagues. Thank you very much. I'm Ekaterina Fedorova, school graduate of 2013. I have some introduction. Andrei Kazenko, your colleague, wrote in Facebook, Sydney, a private Catholic school, a lesson of Testament, and 12-year students are asked to describe what they mean by good deeds. And they wrote they could cut a lawn and do something else. And one Australian boy turned to a Russian colleague from the Russian forest. And Valery, for the next weekend, could stop short of shooting down a commercial aircraft. Everybody laughed. Very good perception of Russian people. But thanks, Lord, not many Russian boys go to foreign Catholic schools. We speak a lot, or say a lot, that Russia will have to pay the price for that disaster. And it would be felt with conventional people. How can you explain that? How can you describe that? I mean, and I would like to again emphasize the fact that in every term Russians are the same as other nations, and if we're getting worse, and it means that we are forced to be worse, because war is portrayed as something that deserves respect, and otherwise we are the same. And as Voland, the character of the Bulgakov's book, put it, it's only the shortage of apartments that spoiled us. And I think that that poll, according to which only 3% believe that it's the separatists or militants who shot down the Malaysian aircraft, proves the fact that Russian people still believe that it's very bad to shoot commercial aircraft down by missiles. And if we believe that militants, rebels, if you have sympathy for to those rebels, you don't believe, you are not tempted to believe that it was them who had shot down the aircraft.
We might expect that the situation will normalize, although it is quite difficult to talk about any norm as the situation seems to be degrading. Jakub Nina from Poland. If the Ukrainian forces win a decisive victory over the separatists, what change in the reaction of the Russian government might follow? Would the Russian government try to find a scapegoat? What new rhetoric could surface? Well, this is a fairly difficult question, because the Kremlin propaganda has not even given much thought to this scenario, because there are too many operational questions needs attention at the moment, and I even think that the degree of propaganda zeal might even go down, because this burden of the southeast of the Ukraine, which makes Russia an almost fortress under siege, is certainly not convenient for the Russian government. And the situation when the Ukrainian government eventually quenches this revolt, then Moscow might in principle start negotiations with the Kiev government. I suppose this situation could only be dreamt of by the Russian political establishment, and I do not rule out that they might indeed hope for this solution, or this kind of solution. Pavel Donyuk, Alexander from Moscow. Has anybody thought about the realistic scenario of exiting the Crimean crisis? Are we to sit under sanctions forever? Well, I read somewhere that Morgan Stanley published a report, quite characteristic from the standpoint of your question. I have not read the report itself. It's just in the Vedomosti or Kommersant interpretation that Putin has two ways. One is to stop supporting the separatists and move along the lines of cooperation, or else to follow the lead of the more patriotic, hooray, patriotic thing. But one should not think about, one should not think about devising these two ways out. They're quite obvious. They are on the surface. But one might suspect there would be some sort of a middle way. to reorient the West, the attempts to receive the high degree of propaganda zeal, but unfortunately, I think that we would have to sit under the sanctions for long, and it would have been possible. But today, I think that the sanctions will continue to exacerbate. Thank you very much, Natalia Androsenko. The Crimean topic. They say, take Crimea, get back Crimea, the Anschluss. How about the basic will of the people? What is to be done with the viewpoints, political point, and the general view of the population of Crimea, which in its absolute majority want to be a part of Russia? What do you do with these people? Well, there's nothing to be done about these people. The Crimea will be Russian for the next several decades, and I think will even survive the sanctions. Nobody would ever even consider giving it back unless there is some radical change in the Russian government. But of course, there is some very important probabilistic approach here. So nothing to be done about the opinion of the people, really. Until Mr. Putin decided to pick up Crimea, nobody thought about, no, this is not true. This is not true. No, I agree with you. That 90% of Crimea's population wanted to be a part of Russia, and that at the same time, I know that the annexation of a part of the territory of another state is called an annexation. But they're not serfs. Can't they make it for themselves? Are they serfs? No, they're not serfs, but the referendum there was not a referendum. If the Ukrainian authorities had decided to do that, if the government in Kiev had decided to ask the people if they want to join Russia, then that would have been a referendum. There are exclaves and enclaves. There is a Russian enclave in Kazakhstan. If they're asked, do you want to live in Kazakhstan or in Russia, they don't live much better than the people in Crimea. This is a poorer place, so they might think that they would be given more food, and that the Russians live in Russia. So, of course, with such a referendum, the population of Kazakhstan would come and say, "Come and get us." And in that same way, Russia is telling this, the southeastern Ukraine, we don't want to take you because you're a depressive region. We don't have enough money in the budget. The pension system of Russia, the budget of Russia, are going to dogs because of the joining of Crimea. So this is my counter logic. Yes, I know perfectly well that the giant, the 90% of all people in Crimea wanted to live in Russia. Bartosz Gombak from Poland. After all these events, how do you see the future of the Russian journalism? Thank you for this question. Frankly, do not have much hopes for the future of the Russian journalism. I know that there is federal journalism and there is regional journalism. The regional journalism has its specific problems, which may not even be quite familiar to the people in Moscow. Very symptomatic. When the history of journalists from Khabarovsk came up with an initiative to decorate Mr. Putin with the hero of Russia star. So Mr. Putin is a soldier, is the last soldier of the empire, so we should award him with the medal. Frankly, technologically speaking, it is clear that what is to be taught at the departments of journalism, and there are some technologies which can be widely taught. But journalism is a profession, and people forget about this. But I come from the old school. I think that the journalists must have conscience and talent. Two important things. People need to be able to write, but they should also need to be able to reflect. And what is happening on the TV, the hysteria in the publications which are fed by the Kremlin administration, is a moral catastrophe. And in this sense, I think that the future of the faculties and departments of journalism at the Russian universities is not particularly bright. And what are we to talk about, really, in terms of the opposition journalism? So I'm very pessimistic from this standpoint. And I think that even teaching of journalism is not particularly coherent. Lena asked for a word. Well, I would like a public statement, but in this sense I would like to address Natalia. I would like to express a contrary opinion, but I would also like for this to be made in public. Why do I think how she thinks, and why do I think differently? That Crimea is ours, so we have known from the school days. We know it on our biography. We know it by the millions of circumstances of the Russian history. But historically, this territory became a part of a different state. I think that if the life is good here and there, it would not be particularly different if it is Russian or Ukrainian. And you don't need to go to Turkey or to Greece. And indeed, Crimea is a amazing place, replete with the Russian poetry and history. But why do I think differently still? If we have sat by the tables of the G7 and G20, we understand that we need independent judiciary, we need to be able to express our opinion, we need to be able to understand that the majority of people must have a majority and then have a minority. But the problem is that apparently there was an agreement under the breakup of the Soviet Union that certain boundaries, and we're not talking about how they were formed, because Ukraine gained territories and Russia lost territory, as well as Kazakhstan gained territory. On today's balance, is it balanced? Is it possible to conduct a referendum on the territory of a foreign state and conduct a referendum? And I think that this is a fundamental question. This is a question about our instincts as to how we can bring our instincts and desires with the conventions of the life in the civilized international community. And even if there are other cases in other countries, doesn't mean that this was acceptable. We're talking about this symbolic figure of the international law. My second idea is that during World War I, and the national states were highly relevant, the boundaries were set by force. When the Second World War followed, whole peoples were resettled to have to preserve the borders. Would it not be proper for our time to work towards the transparency of borders, whereby people, goods, ideas may move and transcend the boundaries without breaking the lives and integrity of peoples? Would it not be proper for us to foster the transparency of borders, the transcendence of borders? This is not to say that states won't have their interests or traditions, but something is done over the border, and this something which is over the border may be the non-violation of the status quo. No, I understand what you said, but Tamara Marshakova told us about the courts. She talked about the judiciary, and even with while we were quite concerned, and we are quite concerned, we still talk about the independent judiciary, because we realize that we have to have a reference point for justice, the point where we're all equal before the law. And this introduction of the legal concepts and rules into our lives is something very complicated and difficult, but this might be the only way for us to avoid the wars. I remembered a quotation. You will be laughing from a letter of Dunayevsky about Crimea, and I have a file on my computer. 1952. Dunayevsky writes, concerning the Crimea, I've been in Crimea many times. I lived there for a year when I served for the theater. I think that Crimea lost its exotic nature without the Tatars. These are the places which are abandoned and obsolete. So historically, I think everything is a lot more difficult than we can even conceive. Natalia, I understand that you would like to discuss this and to debate this, but Lena is open for discussion. You are very welcome to come and express other arguments during the break. Sergey. Sergey Burtsev from Krasnodar. We, as intelligent and well-mannered people who have come, and we know our people. This image of the men in the tracksuits sitting before the TV, we are not particularly interested in talking to this man. But it is not difficult to me to come and talk with such people. We can know where, how he consumes information, what are his consuming habits. We have to realize that most people, most Russians are on the TV, are present on the social networks. However, we are usually not interested to talking to our own people. Why don't we go and talk to the people? Why didn't Mr. Navalny wish to go to Odnoklassniki social networks and only went to the Facebook? So, would it not be proper to try and understand what does the Russian want? What does what does a common folk want? Well, a very interesting statement, and I thank you for it, because this is a very a very important topic. I worked for the Union of Right Forces party, and we were writing the party programs, party manifestos. We tried to think and consider these very questions that my colleague has mentioned, that we need the liberal patriotism or even liberal imperialism. We have to take our ideas down to the people. We worked for 3 years. We expressed these ideas in an understandable way. Then we lost the elections. And we tried to get closer and closer to the people. And we thought that we would stop being a liberal party if we get closer and closer to the people. We would become a national socialist country. I am myself a part of these people, and even though I may belong to the minority, but I am a part of that very people, which is a part of the preamble. The government doesn't want to talk to me. The government talks to the people in the tracksuits. The government is not in any way interested talking to the minorities. I have no way to have a representative in this government, except for some wretched ministers which don't seem to play any role. And I think that I must be talked to, and I think that I am cornered and not the man in the tracksuit. Even though I think that the person in the tracksuit is just as much of a representative of the Russian people as I am, with the same rights and responsibilities, and that he can be respected or not respected for different reasons. But we have to realize that the ideology of the government over the past years has been indeed about the dissent and the schism within this very people. What was the beginning of the protests quenching in 2012? This was the great opposition between the Poklonnaya Hill and the Bolotnaya Square. They said that the people on the Bolotnaya Square are putting on the heavy furs, and the people on Poklonnaya are the true people. And then they had Mikhail Leontiev, Kurginyan, and Shevchenko to talk before these people. It is not my function to talk to the people. I'm not a politician. I do not want to be a politician. I do not have any social accounts in Facebook, Odnoklassniki, or any other social network online. It is not my responsibility or indeed my purpose to talk to the people in the tracksuit. But what I would like to do is that the politicians, having won the respect and the liking of these people with the tracksuit, I would like these politicians to come and talk to me, to come and talk to the minority. Then it might be somewhat useful to the country. For right now, the government is only talking to the people in the tracksuit. The Ukraine is awake. Alexandra Azarkina from Simferopol. Talking of the manipulations and the percentage, in a manipulative way, none of my friends went to the referendum, but maybe my question might remind you of my friend's question about the sanctions, but how must the Ukrainian government build its informational campaign to withstand the Russian propaganda without betraying the liberal values? I don't know. You have to write the truth. The function of the mass media is to tell the truth. I think that I remember the time in the beginning, around 2005, when many people went to work in the Ukraine, Savik Shuster and others. It would not be proper to give any recipes, but journalism is about keeping the standards and some conscience, and in this sense, the Russian journalism, the Ukrainian journalism must not be in any way different from Russian, Polish, or any other journalism. This is what I might have responded. Alexei, second Ukraine. Alexei Girenko, Kiev, Ukraine, mother of the Russian cities. You have given a couple of ways for subverting the regime of No, please listen to me. I think you may well get oh, I'm just warning you. No, frankly, I do not know whom did you mean, but please adhere the parliamentary rhetoric. I think that a political change would not solve the major problem in Russia, because I'm talking about the contagion, the infection of the Russian soul, which led to the war in Georgia and in the war in the Ukraine, which is partially imperial. And if the regime disappears, but this would not disappear. This willingness to expand the territory and not to live better does not go away. So do you think that this is a serious problem? Do you believe that this is a virus? Do you think that penance is possible if the regime goes away, like in Germany several decades ago? And how important is this problem? Well, the problem does exist. The problem is historically quite justified by the fact that we still live in the empire which is dissolving. And we saw this process starting at the end of the 80s, which is about the southeast of Ukraine, and Crimea is the continuation of the ruin. We look back and we can see the ruins. And the problem of the Russian nationalism would also continue to be there with both imperialism and nationalism. But the Russian people, for all intents and purposes, is not different from any other people in terms of nationalism, internationalism, ration, ratio, and reason, and folly. The Russian people is no different. I think that we're just working for the national mentality to change. But when you speak about the change of government and if the regime becomes democratic, then of course the degree of strain would go down very significantly, even though the post-imperial complex would not go away. Alexei Yermakov. When they say that the majority of Russian citizens are today online and in the social networks, I would like to ask a question. What do you do with the forecast for the development of the Russian society? Well, if you talk about that part of the middle class, which is also reflexive, which is partially expressed in the social networks, then I think that the economic situation of this group of people is quite difficult, but we still think that there are some possibilities for restoring, for having a normal life. Indeed, some people tend to think about leaving Russia, but this is more of a personal choice. And this is about patriotism. One can be a patriot living in Berlin and Paris. One can stay in Russia and live in the terms of struggle, or you can live in terms of dissent without open struggle. There are many options, many ways, many different formats. I for myself, I'm prepared to continue live in Russia as long as I can. Stanislav. Stanislav Avramenko, Rostov-on-Don. In Rostov, there have been cases of bombs from the Ukrainian side. Do you believe that wide-scale military conflict with participation of Russia in Europe possible? Do you believe in turn that this would lead to the curtailing or indeed liquidation of any opposition work? And how can one be oppositionary if such a scenario is implemented? Yeah, the bombs falling in the Rostov region. I'm very far from giving an approval or else a positive evaluation for the regime that has been formed in Kiev, and war is war. Nothing is good about war on both parties, and if this conflict becomes a direct conflict in the European continent, such as a conflict between Ukraine and Russia, this will be a catastrophe, and this will be a catastrophe for this opposition class, or the reflection-minded class, because any representative, any Russian, is at the same time a mobilization unit. So an oppositionary becomes an enemy, and we would have to send our kids to war. I mean, we live within an anti-utopia. It would have been totally unbelievable to think that the Russians and the Ukrainians would fight in the southeast of Ukraine. I think that opposition would be impossible under such circumstances. And emigration would be the only option. But we don't want to even to talk about, one doesn't even want to think about this. Boris Grozovsky. My question is about the national elite, which has approved of the policies of the Russian government, which thereby led to what we may call the bankruptcy of the political establishment. And so, if we speak about there were people who disagreed, and there were those who agreed.
And if you count the number of our common acquaintances in the establishment, then they have always supported it all. And it was they've supported the arrest of Khodorkovsky and governors' elections that were suspended. And in this way they turned bankrupt somewhat sooner, several years sooner. I suppose there is this whole story about terminology, not about the substance. When I said elite, I meant non-opposition elite that is now in government, and those who have supported all that the government did, and at that I would call them counter-elite. When I say elite, I say those people from the elite who support what the government do, but counter-elite, I mean those people from the elite in the broad sense of the word who do not support what the government do. So we'd like to draw the line here in terms of terminology. Marina? Marina Ilyushenko from Khabarovsk region. I would like to make a comment about the initiative by 3 journalists. I read their news in Facebook. Their colleagues called them, to put it mildly, strange, queer. There were some very outrageous comments, and this is something that made me happy. So my question is, Andrei, tell me please, alongside with Ukraine and Crimea, what else do you think we need to write about to Russian journalists, both in Moscow and in the regions? Journalism is a science about man, as usually the case is. Let's go through, show the events through human perspective. I suppose this is the way of this is a journalism, one of many journalisms that exists, but it's actually a matter of genres. There is a news component, there is sketches, there are any others. So here we're probably speaking about different genre. It all is in the name of man. And from the perspective of men. Okay, but what other topics could be covered other than these two? Well, I suppose you can cover it all. It's clear that, but I'm a really great champion of genres which will share stories. The question is that it doesn't always sell. Journalism or media, it's also in part business, and if we speak about news agenda, then it's clear that today Ukraine, the crisis, global crisis, is really on top of it all. There is a huge topic that is known as culture. This is, put it mildly, you can write extensively and with great pleasure and quite as often as you can. There's no news at all. Anna, another question on Ukraine. Hello, Anna Matyukhina from Ukraine. May I suggest that you should comment the situation? The Supreme Rada in Ukraine, many changes are underway. The first is they banned the Party of the Regions, and in point of the persecution on all the members that they mounted, and all the members. And secondly, banning the Communist Party of Ukraine, and abolishment and banning. How do you comment on this? This continues the subject that I do not idealize the political regime that is evolving in Ukraine. I suppose it's there. I suppose it's being now what we call zero cycle, and it's clear that during the situation of conflict, of inner and outward tension, they take steps that are very abrupt, to put things, calling them spade a spade, we would say authoritarian. I disapprove of it. I understand the political logic that leads to such steps, but at the same time I realize that, yes, this is quite authoritarian. You don't need to idealize any government at all, nowhere, anywhere. Yuri, please. Thank you. The longer I held my hand up, the shorter my question is. Thank you very much for this algorithm. I'll work on it. It seems to me that nowadays in society there is a demand, if we're speaking about anatomy of a patriotism, not so much on patriotism. It's once people were allowed to write complaints to websites and write denunciations on somebody, the Roskomnadzor cannot even respond. If nowadays they're allowed to denounce on your neighbors, all the security services will be paralyzed. I suppose this exists objectively, and it doesn't have to do at all with love for your country. I agree, surely it doesn't have to do with love for your country. I'll be also brief. As to denunciations, this is a typical case we see in mass psychology. That is what we know in Stalinist time. There's no problem about reproducing the matrix in today's society, in post-industrial society. These laws of psychology will work as effectively as they did in Stalin's time. We're nowhere different from the people who lived then. We're no better or no worse. We're the same people who said they did not know about Gulag and they supported Stalin's government, were the same people who during Perestroika, millions of people began to read thick journals and support democracy, were the same people who then supported Putin, ostensibly having got tired of democracy, were the same people. Nothing much changes here for many decades. Poland wants to say something. No, quite the opposite. I have a question which may sound silly, but in point of fact it's a serious question. You were speaking about the practice when, say, cultural elite which has supported Putin. My question is, why is it that Alla Pugacheva is not for Putin? Well, I think it has to do with her personal ideas about the good and the bad. It's clear that her financial sort of status is such that she can afford to be more independent than people who are in charge of orchestras, theatres, of whatever it might be in culture. You see, the existence of some cultural units, organized cultural units, it very strongly depends on the government, very much like business. So the same nature of dependence, but do not exclude that Pugacheva has her own views. Well, why not? She's also human, you know. We all of us have our own views. For that matter, I visited Warsaw in May, took tips a couple of times, and I just speak a little bit Polish, and I broke into conversation. And once we traveled from Marszałkowska, Novotel, to the editorial, place where the editorial, we discussed the Crimea. After the Polish taxi said, what does Putin have to do with that? Well, the Crimea was there, not needed by anybody. Why didn't he took it? Why can't he take it? This is an opinion of a person who lives in an Eastern European country. Journalists like to make references to taxi cabs drivers. This shows off like as if you know life. Well, I tend to wrap up our discussion because we did what we were supposed to do. Well, certainly I'll tell you what, in conclusion. The fact that we have Andrei Kolesnikov with us today, if we're guided by what he's discussed and how he discussed it, we could take it as part of the global plot to subordinate all things that live to one single center. But I suggest that a very different evaluation on this. We're lucky that we had, as a visitor, a person who has an excellent sense of humor, a very knowledgeable person, who doesn't lose his mind in a situation which does not predispose us to humor, a man with fine understanding of both Russian policy and all matters pertaining to that, and a great friend of school. I would like to thank Andrei Kolesnikov for this session. Thank you. About the global plot, a well-known Jewish joke when a Jew talks to the FSB, and he said, they say that the Jews have sold Russia. Can I get my share, please? So, okay. Well, you know, they told you right about the further agenda. It means that Martina invites everybody, or those who want, to have dinner somewhat sooner, 15 minutes before the round table, so that we listen what she has to say, what she wants to share with you. Another announcement, all those who have to do with the concert, want to take part in it, please stay here so that we could make our decisions about the concert. Thank you.